Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online and today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Naruto Cheated on Sakura with Hinata, Part 1. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Where went everything wrong? Late in the afternoon, Konoha was suddenly hit by the season's first snowfall. As the snowflakes fell to the ground and became infused with the dirt and grime, many people watched from the sidelines. They simply didn't know when, but they were ready since it was announced a while back. The individuals swiftly moved on and carried on with their lives. Standing out from the others, one man shivered uncontrollably as he went down the sidewalk. He hurried into a bakery and allowed the warmth to envelop him. The aroma of freshly baked bread enveloped him, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee enticed his nostrils. "Good afternoon, sir," he said as he opened his eyes and looked around the quaint but deserted bakery. "You seem a little cold." The shorter girl behind the counter gave him a shy smile, but his deep blue eyes lingered. He walked over to the counter as his shoes tapped against the wood floor. The shy girl gave a small smile but quickly averted her gaze. The man laughed a little, startling the girl for a moment before she smiled. "The snow finally came down today, huh? I bet it was a day you decided not to bring your sweater or snow boots. Would you like a complimentary coffee to warm you up?" "I guess," he sighed, "but I didn't think it would snow today." As she made the young man a cup of coffee, the girl turned away from him. "Well, they did say to be prepared." He sighed again and leaned over the counter, saying, "I know." The young woman handed him a cup of coffee and said, "Here you go, if it makes you feel better, I forgot mine too." He hummed. Then he put his hands around the warm cup and said, "That does make me feel a little better." He glanced at the menu and said, "What do you recommend?" "It depends," she said with a smile. "Do you like sweets?" The man's amusing eyes sparkled as he glanced over her. "I do." "Then I recommend a cinnamon roll. I'll take one," he said, pulling out some change before settling into the wooden window-facing stool. Many people were out this time attempting to enjoy the first snowfall of the season and return home to their families. He should have been at home, but he was unable to do so. He didn't want to confront his wife just yet, and some things had been said the previous evening. She spat out words that made him feel less of a man, like venom. The heat slightly burned him as he tightened his hold on the coffee mug. The woman hummed as though she were in a trance as he looked over his wide shoulder. When she managed to remove the sticky cinnamon roll from the paper sheet, she grinned sweetly. With a swift turn of his head, he blew out the coffee before he drank it. He closed his eyes as the aroma of the freshly brewed hazelnuts filled his nostrils. Coffee made his body feel light and warm, but he was not a fan and probably never would be. The plate clacked as she attempted to place it gently on the brown counter. "Here you go," she said. He said, "Thank you," and opened his eyes. The aroma of fresh cinnamon danced around him, and the cinnamon roll smelled delicious. The cinnamon sprinkled on top glistened as the white sticky substance encased the brown cooked dough. "I hope you enjoy it," she said as she wiped the countertop and went back to her station. The young man remained silent. Before slicing the roll in half with the metal fork, he kept drinking the coffee. He grabbed a tiny piece off and put it on his tongue as a faint steam rose from the center. The feeling of the sugary goodness fueling his body was beyond words. He tried to enjoy the taste of the frosting that adhered to his lip by licking his lower lip. In less than a minute, the cinnamon roll was gone. He couldn't help but smile as he felt her large eyes observing him. Whether it was a new hairstyle, a more sensual outfit, or just a different seasoning for a typical cooked meal, women always wanted someone to compliment them. They were inspired to perform to the best of their abilities by a compliment. Initially, he had no idea why they were always encircling him. He was a little bit more knowledgeable than his teenage self, but he still didn't know what they wanted or why they behaved the way they did. He sipped from the now lukewarm coffee and asked, "Do you own this cafe?" There was silence for a while. He cooed because of something in her voice. "Not yet, but hopefully I'll be able to buy it from the owner." There was warmth behind it, and it was soft and gentle. "I see," he said, getting to his feet. He handed her the mug and plate. "Did you make the cinnamon roll?" She gave a nod. She boasted, "I did. It's one of my specialties." He smiled. "I enjoyed it. There was something fluffy about it that melted in my mouth like a cotton candy." The compliment he was giving her made her eyes shine. She lowered her head and said, "I'm still learning, but I'll get better tenfold." He laughed at her sudden outburst. "Good luck," he said with a small bow. "Take care. Stay safe, sir." Without saying a word, the man disappeared into the chilly city covered in snow. As she watched the man go, She let out a little sigh. Was that a customer, Hinata? Hinata, the young woman, turned and gave a nod. Her smile was warm. Yeah, and he was kind of cute, she said. When the older girl heard her coworker describe a customer as cute for the first time, her eyes widened. Did you get his name? She shook her head, a look of disappointment sitting on her face. No, but hopefully he'll come back. He staggered a little as he attempted to avoid the shoe that was flung at him inside the warm house. Where were you, Naruto? The sound of something smashing on the tiled floor caused him to glance over his shoulder. They received the vase as a housewarming present from his wife's parents. Cheap jerks. They chose to buy them a vase that he could have found at the fucking dollar store. They were wealthy and valuable, but my god, they were incredibly cheap. He said, I stopped for some coffee, Sakura, and untied his necktie. Her arms were crossed. You don't even like coffee, she said. He had no idea why she behaved in this way. Although he had been a player as a teenager, he was always serious when he entered a relationship. He didn't need to, didn't consider, and never cheated. He loved her despite her incessant accusations of infidelity, but this was becoming annoying because the woman was insecure. When he threw her onto the bed, she swore uncontrollably as strong arms encircled her small frame. She yelled, Naruto, you bastard. She immediately calmed down after he used his lips to muffle her screams. Her pale skin was slightly irritated when he bit down on her neck. Sakura let her husband ravage her body as her eyes slowly closed. I love you, he said, nibbling on her earlobe as she embraced him tightly and breathed in his beloved scent. I love you too, she said, giving him a closer hug. She loved every moment of what those words did to her. She adored it when he complimented her, told her she was gorgeous, and had his eyes exclusively on her. Having a woman like her in his life was a blessing. She had witnessed all of his highs and lows, his goals in life, his setbacks and successes. She ensured it and was present at every turn. Her deep, affectionate jade eyes were met by deep cerulean eyes. Is your period still on? She let out a moan. Yes, a tiny pout developed. That's too bad, he said, lowering his head. Even after all these years, he was still able to make her blush like a schoolgirl when she felt something hard pressed against her crotch. He rolled off her, revealing the ceiling. Even though his wife was beautiful and occasionally shy, he still found her annoying. He was deeply hurt by those remarks and nearly began to doubt his loyalty and manhood. Sometimes she made him crazy, and all he wanted to do was sew her lips shut. She scowled at him as he choked back a laugh. What's so funny? He kept his eyes on the ceiling and shook his head. He paused and asked, Nothing. Did you get to cook today? He already knew the answer. No, he was aware of this about her. He loved his wife so much that he would eat anything she prepared, even though she was a terrible cook. Although he offered to cover the cost of her cooking class, the woman was obstinate and preferred to work alone. Take out? She asked with a tense smile. He climbed out of bed and went into the bathroom to take a long, soothing hot shower. I suppose, he said. Sakura pulled out her mobile phone and called Ichiraku ramen. Hell, she was never good at cooking. She detested it. Why did a woman have to put herself through this to please a man? Why did she have to spend hours in a hot kitchen making him dinner when she had already given him her body? She scowled. It's not as if he would have enjoyed her food anyhow. She slept soundly beside Naruto, who held her close. He let her go and turned away because the scent of her shampoo was making him sick to his stomach. He cherished her. He did. He had been telling himself that for the past year, but he was no longer sure what he wanted. Part of him hated her, but he knew he loved her, and he hated being confused. Naruto detested her for causing him to feel this way, for saying something so self-serving, and for failing to fulfill her duties. Even though he detested her, he still loved her and didn't want to lose her. He used to make jokes about marrying her when they were high school friends. She was his ride and die even though she didn't believe him. They were constantly drawn to each other, even though she had her own relationships and he had his own. They obviously did nothing while they were dating their respective partners, but after they split up, they reunited and became inseparable. Finally, after a long night of overanalyzing, he fell asleep. Nightfall arrived sooner, and time had changed. More snow fell than ever before, blanketing most of Konoha in white. There were even a few accidents earlier that morning, and some cars were buried under it or stuck. Ah, it's so cold, Hinata, a young woman, remarked as she began to shiver. Even with her lavender earmuffs, brown snow boots, and white winter coat on, she was still feeling chilly. She wanted to get home as soon as possible so she could wrap herself in the cozy blanket her late grandmother had given her. The comfort of her bed was calling to her. She slid on the ground and fell forward in the snow, letting out a sharp yelp. With a cry of, "Ow! Ow! Ow!" she wiped the snow from her face. Glancing over her shoulder, she could see the ice that had made her trip. As she stood up, she saw a young man walking toward her with his head lowered. "Sir," she admonished. "Be careful. The ground is slippery." The familiar voice caused the young man to glance up quickly, but before he could say anything, he let out a quick eep and slid forward, landing on the child. This was Hinata's fourth fall on the icy snowy ground today, so she squeezed her eyes shut. The man said, "I'm sorry," and slowly stood up. "I should have been more observant," he said as he assisted her and brushed the snow off her coat. He noticed who it was and grinned warmly. "I see you've got your snow gear," he said. Hinata nodded as her legs began to shake. Her lips formed a faint frown as she said, "Yes, although I'm still cold." It made her laugh. "You remembered your snow gear too," she said. She saw that the man's ears were red at the tips, so she asked, "But where are your earmuffs?" "I can't find them," he said with a shrug. After searching her bag, Hinata took out a pair of black ear muffins. "I always carry two just in case," she said, putting the earmuffs on him while leaning on her tiptoes. "Now your outfit is complete." Her generosity was appreciated by him. "This is your second time saving me," he said. As they headed in the same direction, the two walked side by side and said, "You're very kind, huh?" She gave it a lot of thought and made the sweetest face. Her lips curled upward as she said, "I would like somebody to do the same for me." Naruto gave a nod of agreement. "I couldn't agree more. What's your name?" Her redness deepened as she said, "Ah, I'm so sorry. How rude of me. My name is Hinata, Hyuga Hinata," she muttered. Naruto turned to Hinata and greeted her, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hinata," before shaking her hand with his left. She took his orange midden-clad hands and gave them a shy shake. "My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto," she said. "It's a pleasure to meet you too," she said, breaking the brief silence. Standing by another alleyway, she said, "Well, this is my stop." Naruto could not let his wife walk home alone because he would never want her to do so. "Would you like me to walk you home?" he asked. This world was home to some odd individuals who had a strange obsession with murder. He recalled reading an article about a young man who was killed in a park and how the murderer was never apprehended. She was a beautiful creature, he had to admit. Her innocence was captured by the little baby fat that was still present on her face, which was intriguing even though it wasn't her pupil-less eyes. Her lashes were thick and folded, and her eyes were round. Her lips, which were lovely and plump, came next. "I don't want to be a burden," she muttered. "It's okay." "You won't be. I wouldn't want my wife walking by herself knowing what kind of crazy people are out there." He dispersed her. "Oh," she sighed silently in disappointment. It wasn't the word she had hoped to hear. He would be married, of course. He was very attractive and endearing. She nearly felt jealous of the individual who attracted Naruto's attention. She questioned whether the woman was as attractive as he was. "But I don't want you to get in trouble with your wife," she said, understanding the negative attitudes that some women had toward their husbands and other women. She discovered this in her final year of high school. When a man's wife approached her, she was only a schoolgirl. They had been conversing for a while without realizing he was married. When she was confronted at a nearby train station, she was taken aback. She was also courteous. The golden rule was her motto: treat people the way you want to be treated. And she persisted. She could only imagine how that woman would feel, so there was no way she would be placed in that circumstance. She had seen too many shows about a cheating husband and the terrible consequences for his wife. She admired the man, so she was disappointed, but whatever, knowing now was preferable to not knowing later. He chuckled to himself, "My wife will be fine. She would probably kill me if I allowed a woman to walk by herself," he said. The reverse was true. Now he could hear her. "Why couldn't she walk by herself? Why do you have to be such a nice guy? You're probably fucking her." "Don't touch me. Go fuck your whore, you dickless bitch." Hinata shrugged after glancing at him. It was only a 3-minute walk to her apartment complex, so she let him walk her there. When she arrived, she turned around and gave him a wave. "Thank you, Naruto." "Maybe I'll stop for some more of your cinnamon rolls," he replied. "Please take care of yourself." As he left and vanished around the corner, Hinata watched. Finding a man who would walk you to your apartment without expecting anything in return is not something you see very often. Whispering, "His wife sure is lucky," she said. She encircled him and cuddled him as the perspiration glistened off their bodies. Since it was the only time he was the one in control of the relationship, sex was fantastic. During these moments, she was captivated by him. but she always had to take the lead. As she traced around his belly button, she questioned, "What took you so long?" "Paperwork," murmured Naruto. He didn't want to ruin this moment, so he couldn't possibly tell her that he was walking another woman home. When he got home, the woman was cheerful and even tried to cook. Although it wasn't a 5-star meal, he was grateful for it because she didn't cook very often. He didn't mind returning home when his wife was content because it made their home more bearable. "Oh," she scowled. "I love you." He gave her a quick glance and grinned. "I love you too." She smiled sweetly as the two cuddled together. "Nay, Naruto," she murmured. "Yes, Sakura? I stopped taking my birth control a week ago. I think we should start trying." His heart pounded as his crystal clear blue eyes peered into her cynical eyes. He would constantly bring up the topic of having children with her, but Sakura would either avoid the conversation or tell him that they needed to organize their lives before considering having another child. Since his parents passed away in a car accident when he was 12, Naruto had always desired a family. He was thrilled that Sakura had changed her mind. "Are you serious?" He secretly thought that this would strengthen their bond as a couple. She slowly nodded, and a flush came over her face. She leaned in and planted a kiss on Naruto's lips as her long, thin finger moved over his hard pecs. She whispered sultrily in his ear, "Shall we start over?" With a smile, the blonde man climbed on top of her. "Shall we?" The bakery was operating as slowly as ever on this new morning. As she observed the people walking by, Hinata glanced back to see her colleague Ino removing the freshly baked bread. Hinata sighed and said, "He's married." After Ino had been bugging her about it, Hinata had finally made up her mind to tell her the tale of the attractive man. "Ah," Ino seemed sorrowful, "but it's better to know now, and at least he told you so you wouldn't get any ideas." That was admirable on his part. "Yeah, I know, and besides, I wouldn't do that with a married man." Her words, "I know you won't. You're too sweet and innocent," were directed at the younger girl's cheek. "Has he been here since?" "No." When Ino playfully pinched Hinata's cheeks, she pouted and attempted to push the girl away. Ino grinned while giving her a head rub. "I'm going to take a quick break. Do you want something while I'm out?" Hinata said, "Chicken tempura," grinning, "Please." As she entered the back room, Ino gave a quick nod. She said, "I'll be back," as she entered the single door. As her friend passed the window, Hinata observed. Today, it moved a bit more slowly. Tuesdays were typically like that. It's a slow day. Slow operations. With a sigh, she rested her elbows on the counter. What can I do to make more customers come in? When Hinata heard the sound of the bell, she immediately straightened her posture. She exclaimed, "Gee Naruto!" with enthusiasm. The last time she had seen the man was nearly a month ago. He was walking toward her with a big smile on his face. "It's been a long time, Hinata." In an attempt to hide her blush, Hinata quickly lowered her head. "What brings you in today?" "Well, I did say I would stop by for some more of your cinnamon rolls," he said. With a swift nod, Hinata removed the most recent batch. She said, "You seem more cheerier," as she put the cinnamon roll on a platter. Then he hummed, "I do." He waited for Hinata to bring him the sugary goodness while perched on the bar stool. He motioned for her to sit beside him as she set the plate in front of him and prepared to return to her station. Hinata sat on the stool and said, "I think you have some exciting news. Spill it." He tore the cinnamon roll to pieces. "After 2 years of asking to start a family, my wife has finally agreed it's time to start one." Hinata flashed a radiant smile. She loved cinnamon rolls just as much as she loved babies. She had grown to admire him, so it did make her heart ache a little, but she was always thrilled to hear someone begin a family of their own. Naruto had to tell her, but he was unsure of why. She had been the first person he had shared this news with, and he was thrilled. The girl gave him a sincere smile and clasped her hands together, as if she was very pleased. "That's good news." Naruto smiled. He put his index finger to his lips and said, "Since you're the first person I told, let's keep this a secret between the two of us." Hinata gave a quiet giggle. "Of course, I can't wait to see the little bundles of joy." He ate some of the frosting and said, "Thank you, but how have you been? I noticed you looked a little down when I saw you through the window." Hinata hunched over a bit. "Oh," she said, "business has been slow lately, especially on Tuesdays, and I just wanted to know how I can fix it." She sighed. "This store holds great significance for me, but..." Who was she to share all of this with Naruto? Naruto said, smiling as he glanced around. "There are always ways you can improve." "How?" She sulked. As Naruto examined the window's chipped painting, Hinata looked at it and rubbed the back of her head. "Well, You can start by repainting the letters on the window, Naruto said. She glanced down at her lap and said, to be honest, this is my first time noticing that. After blinking, Naruto laughed heartily and said, how about you start by adorning your storefront? It's cold outside, too, he suggested. Why don't you take a coffee sample tray outside and distribute it to passers-by? It sounded like a good idea, but Hinata had never considered it before. That doesn't sound too bad, but I'll need somebody cute, she said. How about doing it? You're adorable. And Naruto, you shouldn't say those type of things, Hinata said, holding her face as her face turned a cheery red and she turned around quickly. But it's true, Naruto scowled, whispering, I apologize, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I should go, he said, getting up. It was nice meeting you again, Hinata. Hinata stood up too, and she never realized how much taller he was than her. Her heart shook as the two gazed into each other's eyes for a moment. Likewise. Naruto gave her what he owed and put the remainder of his change in their tip jar as she scurried behind the counter. Sakura stroked Naruto's golden hair and smiled sweetly at him. Ever since she announced her intention to become pregnant, she had always imagined the appearance of their first child. Would he have her features, or would he have his father's yellow hair and blue eyes? I love you, she said in a quiet whisper. I love you too, he said as he awoke from his slumber and shone brightly. They attended elementary school, middle school, and high school together and always ended up in the same class. She approached Naruto in middle school after noticing that they always ended up in the same class, and ever since then, the two have been inseparable. It was fate, and she always knew they were meant to be. Women were always a major obstacle in their relationship. They always gathered around him, and they remained there even after they learned he was married. She always felt that he was entertaining it, and that infuriated her. Naruto did things that annoyed her, and he never understood what he did wrong. For example, he would stare at a woman who would walk by or unknowingly flirt with their server or cashier. Naturally, he saw nothing wrong with it, and he always told her that he had no control over the actions or emotions of others. Naruto was straightforward when he told her about the girls at work and how they would constantly come on to him. They even had the audacity to call in late at night, and it was hard to believe that he never flirted back or did anything with them. Let's just say they never did that anymore. The thought of it made her blood boil, and she shook her head. She called out, Naruto, and they began preparing to have dinner with her parents. Since her parents always wanted the best for her and did not like the idea of her being with Naruto, Sakura knew in her heart that the man did not want to meet with them. Naruto had expressed his dislike for her parents, and she could understand some of the reasons behind it. They called him a leech. Her father was upset to learn that they were dating, but he assumed, like all teenagers, that they would end their relationship. Despite Naruto's efforts, her father consistently stated that he would never be good enough for Sakura, so Naruto had to prove to him that he was. Regardless of her parents' approval, Sakura accepted Naruto's proposal because she loved him so much. Although Naruto was aware that they needed to announce it as soon as possible, he detested his wife's parents and hoped that they would realize how much he had changed and how much he loved their daughter after all these years, but they never did, always wearing that arrogant and smudged expression whenever he appeared. He was aware that they made fun of him in front of their other family members and constantly made snide comments about him. While he wasn't particularly good at one point, he was learning how to become a better man, husband, and soon to be father. Mebuki wasn't always like this. Before he and Sakura even began dating, she was always loving toward her only child, but that all changed when they began dating. He stood behind Sakura, who embraced her mother, who hardly displayed any emotion and didn't even return the hug. Sakura dismissed his repeated complaints that it was unfair for them to treat her and him in this manner, saying, they'll accept it sooner or later, instead. Don't get him wrong. He knew from the bottom of his heart that they loved their daughter as much as they loved their money, and they went to great lengths to raise her. However, his wife could be incredibly annoying at times. She was pampered, but they made sure she had the best upbringing. Sakura was not only gorgeous, but she was also very intelligent. She participated in karate classes and a few other sports, with track being her favorite. She could sing, and she also played the violin. She worked hard in the medical field, which is what made him fall deeply in love with her. She was such an achiever that she even inspired him to do his best, and the thought of her accomplishment made him smile. Naruto said, "Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Haruno," with a small bow. Kazashi complained, "Good evening," and moved aside to let Naruto enter the house. "Mother, what's for supper?" Following the woman into the dining room, Sakura uttered those words. "I assume you're still eating it," she said, sitting down quickly. "Walter has prepared a well-balanced dinner, that isn't ramen." She gave Naruto a raised eyebrow. Yes, ma'am. Naruto pulled out a seat for Sakura and said, "There's nothing wrong with occasionally eating ramen. Perhaps I could take you out to dinner? I'm aware of a good spot." When Sakura sensed Naruto's sarcasm, she punched him in the thigh. Sakura looked at Kazashi as he cleared his throat, saying, "You said you had some news you wanted to share, Sakura?" "Yes, Naruto and I have decided that now is the time to start our very own family," Sakura said, glancing at Naruto, who nodded. "What wonderful news," Mebuki said, her lips quivering as she closed her eyes. Naruto winced, unable to even pretend to be happy. The woman wanted to tell her parents as soon as possible, but he already knew they wouldn't be overly thrilled and wanted to wait until Sakura was truly pregnant. "I see." Kazashi wiped his lips and said, "Should we keep eating?" Sakura nodded enthusiastically, still wearing a broad smile. Despite his love for Sakura, Naruto was saddened by her wife's response and felt guilty for destroying her relationship with them. He pondered whether his parents would have been the same if they were still living. Weeks passed, months passed, and Naruto kept looking to Sakura for some news, but she always shook her head. They tried every chance they got, particularly when she ovulated, but there was never any sign, and the pregnancy test was always negative. Sakura, who worked as a nurse and was aware that some couples didn't show any symptoms for 6 months to a year, was getting tired of having sex. It felt like something they had to do, and there was no pleasure in that. Of course, it was for a good cause, and she hoped that she would see some signs sooner rather than later. It turned out to be a false alarm just when they believed it had finally occurred. Sakura would occasionally lie there without doing anything, and Naruto could tell she was getting frustrated. It was almost like an obsession, and she would ask, "Any news?" He would send flowers to her workplace and give her a ton of gifts because he detested what it was doing to them and he thought it would be in due time. The woman felt slightly better and relished the attention she was getting from her husband. Sakura mentioned looking for a urologist one night while she was in bed. "Why must we consult a specialist? There's nothing wrong with us," Naruto said, scowling at the idea. "I understand, but there haven't been any indications for nearly a year. Naruto, I believe we ought to give this some serious thought." "Are you going to check with a specialist too?" the blonde man asked, sighing dissatisfiedly as he looked up at the ceiling. "I've already done my testing, Naruto," Sakura answered. "Do you think something is wrong with me?" Naruto asked, leaping to his feet and gazing at her. His voice trembled a little. No, I don't think anything is wrong with you," Sakura said, shaking her head before leaving the bed and walking over to her husband. She put her arms around his waist and looked him in the eyes with passion. "I did the test during my annual pap smear, and I think it's only fair you go about doing it," she said. "There is nothing wrong with me, though. These things can take a long time," he scowled. "I know that, Naruto, but we've been making an effort, and it would be best to schedule a meeting with one to find out what's happening. It might be a straightforward issue that is easily resolved." With a sigh, Naruto looked down at her and said, "Fine," caving in. Sakura said, "I love you," as he leaned over and kissed her on the lips as she went on her tiptoes. "I love you too." The Uzumakis were waiting in Dr. Yakushi's office after a week of scheduling the appointment, getting blood work done, and going through what felt like an interrogation of questions. Naruto tapped his feet impatiently on the floor and looked around the office, which included models and pictures of human reproductive systems, which for some reason made him nervous. He had been concerned ever since Sakura recommended that they see a specialist, even though he knew some people who didn't get pregnant until 2 years of trying and who didn't require a specialist's help. Because of the testing they had to do, he was not only nervous but also worn out. The couple waited anxiously for the doctor to explain his findings as he shut the door behind him and sat in the chair facing them. After running some tests, the test results came back, and it seems that you're infertile, Mr. Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes grew a little wider. "Pardon me. What are you attempting to express? Are you trying to tell me that I've been shooting blanks all this time?" he said in a trembling voice. His body trembled as Naruto's voice became louder. "Non-obstructive azoospermia is what you have. The condition is a type of infertility in which your ejaculate contains no sperm." Naruto's face flushed as he tried to understand what was being said to him. "Is there any way to treat it?" Sakura inquired. "We can try a treatment known as follicle-stimulating hormone, but—" "Hold on a minute." Naruto got to his feet and exclaimed, "Is it me? We are unable to have children because of me." Sakura began, "Naruto, please sit down so we can." "No," yelled Naruto. "I demand you retest me, there's no way I'm fucking shooting blanks." "Naruto." Sakura exclaimed as she got to her feet. She bowed to the doctor and said, "I am so sorry, doctor. I understand your frustration, Naruto. Naruto raised his voice and said, "Oh, do you really? Do you have children? Are you shooting out blanks?" He pointed to the photos of himself and his kids and said, "Because the picture says so otherwise." "Naruto, Dr. Yakushi is trying to help us. Please stop being rude." Naruto commanded, "Sakura, let's go." As he stormed out of the office, he declared, "I want a second opinion, now." She let out a quiet sigh and apologized profusely to the doctor. With a cautious smile, he held his hand in defense. "It's okay. He's just frustrated, Sakura. Don't be overbearing during this time. He's going to need your love and support." Before leaving the doctor's office, she gave a slow nod. After receiving the same assessment from a second urologist, Naruto was defeated and spent his time imprisoned in the bedroom. Since he was incapable of procreating, he would never be able to give his lover the best present possible. He begged Sakura to keep his predicament a secret. Someone whispering behind his back and feeling sorry for him was too much for him to bear. He was unresponsive despite her assurances that she wouldn't and would try her best to reassure him. Their relationship wasn't terrible, but it wasn't where he wanted it to be either. A year had gone by. Who could blame her for working overtime and spending more time at the hospital where she was employed? He was still struggling to deal with his infertility and appeared to be depressed. He was about to leave the office after deleting some reports when Sakura called. He would be alone until the early hours of the morning after yet another late night. He moaned to himself, wanting her touch, her love, her. Naruto closed his eyes as the snowflakes hit his skin and melted as he walked down the pavement and gazed up at the gray sky. He simply stood there contemplating what he could do differently, not knowing how long he had been there. Though there were still options and treatments he could try, his heart still hurt to know that he was the reason he couldn't have children. It might cost money, time, and possibly even tears, but the risk was worthwhile, right? "Naruto?" He looked at the figure coming toward him as an angelic voice called his name. "Hinata? It's been such a long time since I've seen you." Naruto gave a nod. He scratched the back of his head and said, "It has been. Isn't it almost a year now?" "Yes. Well, it's that time of year," she said, catching the snowflakes with her outstretched hand. "You're correct. We did meet on the first snowfall of the season. How is the shop progressing?" he said with a faint smile. She sighed and had a disheartening expression on her face. "Business wasn't doing too well, but we're still hanging in there. I regret to inform you of that. I guess none of my suggestions were successful." "It was beneficial." Hinata looked down sorrowfully and squeaked, but she didn't keep up with it, and it went back to the same thing. "I apologize." Naruto proposed, "Hey, let's get out of this cold and get something warm to drink." After giving a nod, Hinata followed the man until they arrived at an open cafe, where they sat down and awaited their order. "How are you and your spouse doing, huh? You told me you were trying for a child, and I knew that. How was that?" Pulling off the fluffy jacket, Hinata said. As Naruto's gaze moved to the table, Hinata became aware of his increased silence. "She's fine," he muttered, "seems we won't be having children anytime soon." Hinata gasped and said, "I hope everything is okay." He looked at her with a painful expression in his eyes. "Yes. All we can do now is wait until." Hinata put her hand on top of his and nodded. "I'm sure everything will be alright," she said. Her touch, which he could not explain, shocked his entire body, and as he stared at her small, pale hand, she swiftly withdrew it. She muttered, "I'm sorry," as she glanced down at the table. "It's okay," she said, moving her hand with a sense of relief, but it felt almost as though something was missing. They thanked the waitress for placing their orders in front of them. "Have you just left work?" Naruto inquired, taking sips of the green tea from time to time. "No, today, I had classes. Are you enrolled in school?" She quickly added, "Yes, college classes," realizing that many people thought she was a high school student because of her youthful appearance. After letting out a sigh of relief, he burst out laughing and asked, "What are you majoring in?" "Gastronomic. One day, I hope to open my own bakery," she said fervently. "Even though I've been cooking since I was a little child, baking somehow excites me." "I'm sorry, I didn't ask what you did," Naruto said, nodding to show that he was still paying attention as he saw how her eyes brightened when she talked about baking and even cooking. "It's okay, it's always good to hear someone else talk rather than me," he said. "I have a degree in marketing." "That's nice." Hinata blushed as Naruto laughed again, saying, "I know it sounds boring, but I really enjoy it." He couldn't recall the last time he'd been able to laugh this much. It was real and authentic, and it temporarily took his mind off his problems and anxieties. Naruto drank the remaining lukewarm green tea and remarked, "Perhaps I could help you get more business one of these days." "How do I know I'll actually get to see you again?" Hinata pouted. He swallowed the lump in his throat, and he could hear his wife nagging in his head now for looking at another woman. Naruto's eyes studied her face, and she had got even prettier than the last time he saw her. Her baby fat was gone, and her face gave off a smooth V-shape, but her cheeks still looked pinchable, and the way her lips turned into a cute pout made her irresistible. "How are you, Naruto?" Slowly, he nodded. "Yes, I'm all right. How about we trade numbers? I understand that work can occasionally keep me somewhat busy, but feel free to text me at any time so we can talk about it." "Sure," Hinata replied as she entered his number into her phone. Naruto said, "Don't hesitate," and stood up. "Are you going home?" Yes. Yes I am," he said. "I'll walk you there," and left the cash on the table. "I can pay you back," Naruto assured her. "I got it. It's okay." Thank you." Perhaps this situation would never have arisen if his wife had not behaved in such a manner that evening, and perhaps he would not have found himself in this situation if he had simply returned home instead of going to that bakery. Or perhaps it would have occurred in any case. After 2 weeks, he still hadn't had a meaningful conversation with his wife. She was either asleep, with her best friend Ino, or working extra hours at the hospital when he got home. Like him, their marriage was unsuccessful no matter how many times he tried. The blond man lying face down on the mattress was bathed in warm yellow rays that streamed through the jagged frostbite windows. He reached out and patted the empty space beside him, causing the bed to shift a little. He raised his head slowly, gazed at the vacant space, and let out a small sigh before rolling onto his back. The bright room was filled with an eerie silence, and he felt uneasy about everything. He truly did regret trying to conceive. He would never have proposed it if he had known this would be the result. Perhaps he wouldn't have married Sakura if he had known he was infertile. A part of him thought he had lied to his wife, and he felt accountable for everything. As the nightstand made of white oak buzzed, Naruto looked at his phone. He hoped it wasn't Sakura, but he also wanted it to be her reaching out to him. He was both relieved and disappointed as he looked at the caller ID. Shikamaru Nara, his best friend, was the one who called him. With an unusually quiet tone, Naruto replied, "Hey, Shikamaru. It's been so long since we've spoken to one another." With a dry tone, Shikamaru answered, "Naruto, what the hell?" Naruto said, Shikamaru, leaning his back against the white headboard. When Shikamaru asked for a video call, he inhaled deeply. He fixed his disheveled hair and took the phone. The sight of Shikamaru's new look caused his mouth to open slightly and his eyes to widen. "Has it been that long? Your goatee grew a lot." The man nodded and rubbed his thinning hair. "Yeah, it's been that long since we've spoken. A few months now. How have you been?" Naruto raised his head to gaze at the ceiling and hummed. Declaring, "Everything is fine." He flashed his toothy smile. "Where's Tamari?" "She should be back shortly. How is Sakura doing?" After covering his bare legs with the blankets, Naruto said, "She's fine, ya know. Right now, she's at work doing some overtime." Shikamaru was shocked to see the dark eye bags encroaching on his friend's face as he looked at him suspiciously. When he stopped getting Naruto's motivational sayings in the morning, he knew deep down that something was wrong. Despite the fact that neither of them had the time to contact the other due to their busy adult lives, Naruto continued to complete his routine. "Are you sure everything is okay?" Naruto let out a sigh and laughed. "Is it that noticeable?" Shikamaru leaned back on the couch and shrugged. "For as long as I knew you, you've always worn the weight of the world on your shoulders. Is it Sakura again?" Shikamaru's suspicion was validated by his awkward silence and avoidance of the camera. Only 3 things could make Naruto unhappy: Sakura's parents, or the accident that killed his parents. Sakura was a little in his book. He always offered Naruto advice when they disagreed, and soon everything was all right. Although Sakura was a decent woman, Naruto didn't like her. Sincerely, Shikamaru never had feelings for them together, and he let Naruto know this throughout high school and when he considered proposing to her. Sakura didn't meet Naruto's need for constant affection, and he needed someone more considerate and sensitive to his needs. Shikamaru never told anyone, but he thought their marriage would fail. The accusations, the parents, and the one person who made an effort to win the other over were all just too wrong. It was excessive. "I guess it's a little bit of everything," Naruto acknowledged. "Usually, you text me by sharing your quotes, but I haven't received anything in a while." He grinned and lowered his head, saying, I knew you secretly loved them." He had always turned to Shikamaru, but he was reluctant to share his current situation and predicament with him. Shikamaru was not a judge like his other friends, and he felt very comfortable sharing his problems with the man, even though it might have been viewed as embarrassing. As their gazes flickered on and off the screen, the two friends stayed silent. This was one of Shikamaru's qualities that Naruto found admirable. He waited for you to feel comfortable and ready before pressuring you to speak. He smiled as he considered it. His voice grew softer. "Sakura and I," he said. Avoiding Shikamaru's slack eyes, Naruto remarked, "We're going through something difficult. I mean, it's my fault and I understand why she's been spending so much time at work. I don't hold her accountable. Who would want to be around someone like that? You know, I haven't been acting like myself." As Shikamaru listened to Naruto babble in all directions, he realized that they were going through a significant ordeal despite the fact that his story was disorganized. "What has been preventing you from being yourself?" Naruto chewed on his dry lips and felt his eyes start to well up. Shikamaru never witnessed him cry before. In fact, she was the only one who ever witnessed him cry, and that only happened a few times. "Our marriage," he muttered, "isn't improving. Are you aware that she continues to question my every action and the type of woman I've been with?" Naruto emphasized, "You know me, Shikamaru. You know how much I love Sakura, and I don't believe in cheating." He muttered, "I love her, I really do, but sometimes I hate her. I know she's always been jealous, but I've never once given her a hint that I wanted to see another woman. But she just goes into the horrible rage and starts to throw things and everything about it is overbearing." After a moment of silence, Naruto inhaled deeply and said, "That's the first part." Shikamaru listened intently to Naruto and made no secret of his displeasure at what he heard. "You know I've been talking about having children, right? You want your first child to be a boy and look exactly like you." Naruto chuckled and said, "Yeah, and Sakura initially refused to have one, but she eventually agreed. When she told me, I was ecstatic and believed that it would at least improve or repair our marriage. Nothing is fixed by having a child. You will ultimately harm your child if your relationship is already broken," Shikamaru retorted. "I want our marriage to succeed, and I want to be with her," Naruto said, lowering his shoulders. "I assumed she would get over this and I haven't considered divorcing her at all. Have you two seek counseling?" "No, everything you're saying isn't new besides her throwing things at you. She shouldn't do that to you. I've already told you time after time that you two need marriage counseling," Shikamaru replied with a sigh. I know, murmured Naruto. With every word he said, he felt himself shrink. "What exactly is going on and why haven't you been acting like yourself?" With a lump in his throat, Naruto uttered, "We've been trying for over a year now to have a child. Sakura didn't get pregnant and I felt so bad for putting her through that. One day, she suggested I see a specialist, and long story short I'm shooting blanks." Unintentionally opening his eyes wide in shock, Shikamaru was rendered speechless. Did you get a second opinion?" He muttered, "I did. I'm the reason we can't have children." "How is Sakura taking this?" "At first, she was supportive, but like I said, it's my fault. I've been depressed, not sleeping, and I've just been a thorn in her side. So, she's been working a double shift at the hospital." "Why are you blaming yourself?" Shikamaru was frowning, and it was obvious. "You're the one who found out you can't have kids, so shouldn't Sakura be there for you in your time of need?" "She has been," sputtered Naruto. "How, Naruto? You need to stop blaming yourself for the way Sakura acts. If you found out she was the one who couldn't bear children, I'm sure you would have been there for her and not work a double shift." It was accurate. Sakura's happiness was Naruto's top priority. "That isn't fair to you and you need to stop holding yourself accountable. Marriage is through better or worse, through sickness and health." He didn't even recognize when he began to cry because every word Shikamaru said was like a knife to his heart. The man was more upset with Naruto than with Sakura's behavior. He started to say, "Nar," but Tamari entered the dining room as the front door closed. When she approached her husband and noticed he was on a video call with her favorite boy with blonde hair, she said, "I'm home." Tamari said, "Naruto, it's been a while since we've seen you," and took Shikamaru's phone. Naruto smiled and wiped his eyes quickly. "It's been a long time since I've seen you too, Tamari. How's Gaara?" Tamari didn't want to press the issue, but she could tell the man had just been crying. Everything would be explained later by Shikamaru. "He's fine. Do you believe he has a year left before he graduates with his master's degree?" The cheeky smile said, "Wow, time sure flies," Naruto said. "We should plan a trip there, but I have to make an important phone call, so I'll hand you back to Shikamaru. Take care, Naruto," she concluded. "I love you." "Love you too, Tamari." She hurried out of the room, handing Shikamaru the phone again. Shikamaru didn't say anything more until he heard the door close. I'm sorry about that. Naruto laughed and said, it's okay. I'm sure Tamari has caught me crying before. Naruto, this isn't your fault. You know this, right? I feel like it is. It isn't. Have you spoken to Sakura about how you're feeling? How she's treating you? Shikamaru sighed. Seeing his best friend cry over something like this was painful for him. If this infertility problem was brought on by that car accident, it wouldn't be shocking. No, what am I supposed to say? My feelings are hurt because you're not here to support me in a time I really need you. Yes. That's exactly what you say. I am unsure. Shikamaru, You and she need to stop making excuses. Sakura needs to realize that she has a duty to assist you as well, even though I know she may be feeling hurt as well. You're right, Naruto muttered. I'll speak with her tomorrow when she returns home. And don't you put the blame on you, Shikamaru demanded. I know how you can be when you're with her. Yeah, I know, he said in a whisper. I'll go ahead. Thank you for listening, Shikamaru, and take care. Thank you. Shikamaru ran his fingers through his brown hair and said, I appreciate you too, Naruto, but call me whenever you need someone to talk to. Naruto said, will do, and hung up the phone. Sakura sighed under her breath as she realized she was almost home. Even though things had changed recently and it wasn't Naruto, she understood her husband's predicament and tried her best to be reassuring. But was it really fair to her? The man was still in ruins and all he did was pout all day. Perhaps she was a little harsh on him, but she didn't like seeing him look so depressed, and she also wanted to have children with him. She saw that Naruto's keys were still dangling from the key holder as she entered the warm house, and with a frown, she removed her shoes and set them beside his before heading to their bedroom. Why didn't you report to work today, Naruto? Gazing at the man seated on the bed, she inquired. I called out, he said in a hoarse voice, rubbing his eyes. Since it's been a while, I thought we could spend the day together. Today I didn't want to go out. She searched the dresser for a change of clothes and muttered, I just got here and all I want to do is rest. That's all right. Throwing the blanket off him, he proposed, we can order us something to eat and finish that show you like until you fall asleep. All right. All right, she muttered, I'm going to take a bath by myself. Naruto released the sigh he had been holding as he watched his wife go to the restroom, then took the phone from the nightstand, browsed through the Konoha Grub app, and placed an order for Sakura's favorite brunch dish. While watching one of her favorite shows with her husband, Sakura cuddled up next to him. Naruto would occasionally kiss her head and stroke her gorgeous pink hair, but she didn't complain and even buried her head on his chest, which made him tingle and made him slowly feel hard. It had been about 3 weeks since they had sex, and Naruto tried to start it, but Sakura said she was too exhausted from work. Naruto whispered, Sakura, thinking he might try his luck. He looked down and saw she had fallen asleep, so he carefully took her away from him and put her head on the pillow. He watched her sleep for a while before leaving the bedroom to go to the living room. Sitting on the couch, he was thinking about 2 things. First, he wanted to talk about their marriage and follow Shikamaru's advice by getting some help because he was still in love and wanted things to work out. Second, he wanted to relieve his hard-on and was thinking about jerking off, but Sakura would be upset if she caught him. Porn was strictly forbidden in this house. He wanted children in the hopes that it would improve his marriage and carry on the Namikaze, Uzumaki name, but Shikamaru was right. Having children would not improve their marriage. They needed to work on themselves and each other for it to work out. Besides, he had no plans to leave Sakura. They had been dating for a long time, and he was still in love with her even if she annoyed him. It was still painful to know that he would never have children and that his bloodline would end once he passed away. Naruto didn't realize time had passed. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice his wife approaching him. Naruto, I'm going to visit Ino for a while. He jumped up in surprise and stared at her, his heart pounding as he noticed how well dressed she was. Sakura was so gorgeous that he couldn't help but stare at her. She would still look stunning even if she were dressed in trash bags. She put her hand on her hip and looked at her husband strangely. Naruto? Wait, you just got home, he said, catching himself and shaking his head. In addition, I truly wanted to talk to you. Will it not wait until I return? Sakura said, irritated. With a loud sigh, Naruto said, no, we haven't spoken to each other or been intimate for a very long time. Aren't we talking right now? When she said, you're usually at work and you work all this overtime, he scowled. He walked up to her and said, it feels like I don't get to see you anymore. Could you please postpone for me? We've been discussing this day for ages, but I hardly ever get to see her. Giving him the puppy look, Sakura said, I can't leave her now. One of his weaknesses was that he detested that appearance. Okay. Let's talk when I return home. She went on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his lips. I love you, goodbye. She didn't even wait for his answer. Naruto lowered his shoulders, and the door sounded. Something about her saying, I love you, made his tongue go dry, so he shook his head to clear his mind. Why was he asking Sakura this question? She still loved him, even if she had indicated that she didn't feel like going out earlier. When he heard his notification go off, he picked up his phone off the table. A text message was sent. Hinata. Hello Naruto, I hope I'm not bothering you in any way, but I wanted to say thank you for the coffee you bought me a while back, and I wanted to pay you back. I made some cinnamon rolls, and I wanted to share them with you. Would you like to come over to my house, or could I bring them to you? He would have turned down the invitation because he wasn't in the mood for food, but being him wasn't worth it now. Naruto went over the text again. Hinata was very sweet and kind, and the coffee was simple and less expensive than what he was offering. Naruto. I'll be over there in half an hour. That sounds fantastic, Hinata. The corner of Hinata's lips lifted as she read the text, which pleased her because she had made too many cinnamon rolls and had plenty left over after giving some to Ino and her other friend, her ex-boyfriend Kiba, and there was an irresistible desire to see him again. When Naruto heard a loud thump and something crash behind the closed door, he jumped. Then the door opened, revealing a young woman covered in white flour, and he tried to keep his laughter in check. Hinata, he laughed, how did you get flour all over yourself? I was picking something off the floor and when I stood up, I accidentally knocked the flour all over my head, the young girl muttered, pouting and crossing her arms before responding softly. Her face was tainted with red from the flour, and he couldn't help but smile. He remarked, well, it's a good look, while giggling. She quickly moved to Naruto's side as her face turned scarlet red. The room's warmth was pleasant against his cold skin, and he immediately noticed a strong smell that made his nose wiggle. A combination of freshly made cinnamon rolls and his favorite food, ramen, severely damaged his taste buds. For lunch, did you make ramen? With excitement, Naruto inquired. He had a boyish feature to him when he smiled, and his deep blue eyes widened in size. Hinata had never seen someone's face light up the way Naruto's did, and his adorable appearance made her smile shyly. Yes. Do you want some, W? Gritting his teeth, Naruto said, oh, I don't want to eat your lunch. She quickly answered, it's okay. There's more than enough for 2 people. When it's ready, why don't you sit down and I'll give you some? He hadn't been hungry before, but the smell and mention of ramen was enough to make him hungry again. Naruto walked to the barstool like a child heading to the candy store, climbed up on the brown stool, and surveyed the somewhat cramped apartment. Hinata, you live here by yourself? He inquired. Somehow, Hinata felt comfortable in the modest, yet uncomplicated, living room, which featured a light gray sofa with lavender decorative pillows as decoration or color splashed. He recalled his mother talking about home decor and how different colors can liven up a space. Long curtains with a white and lavender pattern all over them, and a white marbled table with gold rims in the middle. Yes, she glanced at Naruto, who was gazing at the living room in wonder, and said, Papa bought me this apartment because it was closer to school and my workplace. Did you do all of the decorating yourself? Yes, I did. As she prepared a bowl of ramen for Naruto, Hinata retorted, I usually watch a lot of home decorating videos, so I got some inspiration from them. Placing his arms on the marble countertop, he remarked, you have exquisite taste. How is school going? School is going well. She put her tiny hands in 2 polka dot mittens and carried the hot bowl to Naruto, saying, be careful now, because I'll be graduating next year. It's hot. I'm grateful. With his hands clasped together, he exclaimed, it smells delicious. It's my pleasure. I'll wait for you Hinata, Naruto said, repositioning the chopsticks after grabbing them from where Hinata had put them next to the bowl. What? With her head cocked to the side, she said. Naruto grinned and pointed to his face. Oh, indeed. Without thinking twice, she dashed to the other side of the house and vanished behind a white door. There was something so endearing about Hinata that Naruto couldn't help but laugh. He cleared his throat, patted his lap, and sighed. With no one to stop his mind from racing, he was forced to think about his wife, who was all decked out to meet Ino. Did she no longer want to be around him? She had previously claimed to be tired, but now she had planned this day with Ino forever, which irritated him. He looked down to see Hinata had gently touched his forearm and brought back her own bowl of ramen. I'm sorry, he said. She took her hand away and explained, I've been calling you for a while. Oh, it's all right. Simply put, I've been thinking a lot. Come on, let's eat. Naruto said excitedly, I can't wait to try what you've prepared. The two ate in silence, but their presence reassured them. He turned slightly to his left and blushed when he saw Hinata from the side. Naruto, Hinata said, tucking her hair behind her ear. He couldn't deny that she was a very attractive girl. She put her hand to her mouth to hold back a laugh. It's funny now that I think about it, but it feels like I've known you my entire life, she said. Is that correct? How? It's difficult to put into words, but I feel at ease in your presence. I feel like I can trust you, even though I don't usually let people into my apartment. I suppose I just have that presence about me, Naruto smiled. In addition, your ramen makes me think of Ichiraku, one of my favorite ramen shops. When I was in high school, I worked at Ichiraku. Oh, this is such a small world, Hinata remarked, because that's how I learned how to make ramen. It really is. Astonished, Naruto remarked, I never would have guessed if you hadn't said anything. Naruto, is ramen your favorite food? It is. Slurping the ramen broth, he uttered those words. Sakura would have reprimanded Naruto for being too noisy and untidy if she had seen him, but instead she blushed and gave him a napkin from her holder as Hinata giggled. He scratched the back of his head and apologized, saying, I just really love ramen. Hinata said, that explains your name. It's cute. Really, they chose to name me Naruto because my mother always craved Naruto makis while she was pregnant. For some reason, Hinata's utterance of his name, Naruto Uzumaki, made Naruto's heart skip a beat. It's like a wordplay, she said. Your mom did a fantastic job. Naruto looked down at the empty ramen bowl and remarked, she was truly the best mother in the world. Then she had an epiphany. I apologize. No, it's okay. A drunk driver hit our car, and mom and dad died on impact. Hinata's gaze expanded, mumbling, I'm truly sorry, she said. Naruto inquired, do you have any more ramen? I do, I'll get you some more, she exclaimed as she leapt from the bar. I'm glad you're enjoying my ramen. I'm not sure why I made such a big batch. I still need to work on my portion control. Naruto replied, well, if you ever make a big batch like this, I'm more than free to eat it up for you, and gave her the thumbs up. The sight of his smiling face made Hinata's stomach turn. His lips pulling up and revealing his white pearly teeth had a certain effect. To distract herself from her obscene thoughts, she placed the ramen in front of him and began working on packing some of the cinnamon rolls in a bag. She mused to herself, he's married, Hinata. Get a hold of yourself, but was it really so wrong? Was it incorrect to think a married man was attractive? Or perhaps he was, or desire to spend time with him? I'll help you wash dishes since you fed me, Hinata, Naruto replied. Naruto was standing by the kitchen sink when she turned around. Oh, you're my guest, so you don't have to Naruto. Oh, it's all right. The least I can do is this. You've done more for me tonight than I could ever pay for your coffee. Hinata inhaled deeply, nodded, and resumed packing the rolls into a bag she had created. We can discuss business while I'm here. I am aware that you mentioned the shop's poor performance. I guess the owner isn't going anywhere. She's not, Hinata said, nodding as she pushed her back against the cabinets. Even she was impressed by the success of the business with your idea, but she stopped. She said that since they had already seen what they needed to see, they would come for the pastry if they were interested. She sounds old, laughed Naruto. She is. Ms. Lang will soon turn 70. With her arms crossed, Hinata spoke. That clarifies everything. She is somewhat correct, but customers prefer visuals. The store isn't particularly visible or different from the other establishments in the area. Because of the colder temperatures, sales should increase during the winter. Children would go there as soon as they got some cash from their family members, and couples would come and sit down for a romantic date. There can be no business if there is no color. I agree that you're very intelligent, Naruto. All I want is for her company to grow and eventually take over. Although it is in a good business location, it isn't helping us. She's not a cruel owner at all. Ms. Lang simply refuses to change. It can be challenging to have these conversations with elderly people. Is she a mother? No. Placing the final batch of rolls into the bag, Hinata remarked, she's been alone her entire life. She had arthritis at the time, so there wasn't much business, but when I came along, things picked up. It's because you're a good baker, Naruto remarked, dabbing at his watery hands. You should pull her revenue book so she can see the numbers and how her business is declining. As she ages, she intends to look into retiring, hopefully. You ought to take a seat and speak with her one-on-one. As long as the store is still in her name, nothing will work out if things don't get better. I've tried, but I guess I chickened out when she bombarded me with questions, Hinata grumbled. Naruto chuckled when he saw Hinata's horrified expression. Perhaps we need Chef Ramsay to help turn business around, he said. You're right, Naruto, Hinata said with renewed assurance. I'm going to turn that bakery around once and for all. She laughed after making an X with her hands. Naruto grinned and clapped his hands, saying, remember that I'm here to help if you need it. Hinata was determined to get the business booming again, and she smiled until her cheeks burned. May I sample one of your mouthwatering cinnamon rolls? You eat a lot, huh? Hinata said with a smile and an eager nod of her head. I'm a never-ending pit. With this batch, I experimented with a new recipe. Hinata picked up the cinnamon roll and said, please tell me how you like it. She turned to give it to Naruto, but when he took a bite out of her hand, her cheeks flushed. I apologize, he said, leaning back quickly, causing Hinata to drop the cinnamon roll to the ground. I apologize. He was honest when he said, I didn't mean to do that, bending over to pick up the dropped roll. It was an accident, and when she turned around, he briefly caught sight of Sakura and acted without thinking. Don't worry, Naruto, she bowed to pick it up and said, you just startled me. They stared into each other's eyes and occasionally passed before Naruto broke his gaze. Naruto had already taken it before she could reach for it, and her gentle touch made his body tremble, as if he had forgotten to breathe. I'm going to start now, he muttered. Sakura should be home soon. Yes, I suppose. She handed him 2 bags and said, please take these. Hinata reminded him to be careful and stay safe as she made her way to the door. Yes, I will. I appreciate you hosting me, Hinata. Naruto turned to face her and remarked, it meant a lot to me. Now that she could see his face a little better, she could see that he had some dark bags under his eyes, and for some reason, a painful expression settled in his eyes, making her want to ask him if he was really okay. I'm going to start now. Before leaving, he bowed and said, good night. Hinata watched as he headed for the elevator, and when he was gone, she was finally able to breathe. This exchange was meant to be cordial and unquestioning, but she secretly harbored some feelings for the blonde man, which is normal, right? The door was so empty compared to her other household, and now that Naruto was gone, she found herself even more alone. She bit her lip, shut the door, and looked around. At 10 o'clock, Sakura is still nowhere to be found, not even a text or phone call. He set the cinnamon rolls on the counter and flung himself onto the sofa chair, stared at the white ceiling with his hands behind his head, and seemed to be thinking only about Sakura and Hinata. His face turned red, and he groaned loudly. What the hell was he thinking? He jumped up and snatched his phone off the coffee table, intending to get rid of this persistent annoyance. He rose and went to the bedroom, shutting the door behind him. After 3 days of working from 8 to 10 p.m. to try to get everything set up for their big event with their biggest client, Naruto sipped some of the coffee that his coworker Kin had given him because things at the office had been hectic lately and needed overtime. Mr. Naruto, this overtime will appear well on your paycheck, but try not to put in too much effort. Kin reminded him that his wife was still waiting for him at home. I understand, but she has been working overtime at her hospital job, Naruto said. Are the two of you organizing a trip? Naruto paused his keyboarding and grinned abruptly, saying, yeah, we are. I would suggest you plan a trip to South Korea. Do you also want me to stop a particular Korean store that sells a particular BTS merch? Naruto asked, leaning back in the chair and placing his hand on his stomach. Naruto eyed her, too familiar with her. She clasped her hands together and said, yes. I'll remember you if I visit South Korea, Naruto said with a laugh. Kin put her thumb up in the air and nodded, saying, well, I'm going now. Be careful, elderly man. Naruto yelled, I'm 24. As a massive vein protruded from his forehead. Naruto, who was only 3 years older than Kin, shook his head as Kin hurried out of her supervisor's office while giggling. Ding. His lips pulled up as his eyes flicked to the phone. Hi, Naruto. I hope this is a good moment to text you, Hinata said. Naruto. Hello Hinata, I hope all is well with you. Hinata. Yes, everything is good. I followed your advice and gave Ms. Lang a PowerPoint presentation about our ideas, revenue, and profits. I surprised Ms. Lang by keeping her interest the entire time and swiftly getting back on track whenever she tried to divert me. Hinata. Ms. Lang is going to invest in rebranding her bakery and she's going to get some renovations done. She agrees with my idea, and even some of the coworkers had some ideas to increase our business's profit. As Naruto went over the text, he couldn't help but smile. Naruto. I knew you could succeed, and I'm very proud of you. I hope it's not too much to ask, and I'll even pay you, but it was because of you, Hinata. Could you help me with some marketing strategies after everything has been renovated? Naruto. That's a lot of time that will need payment, and I don't know Hinata. Hinata. Yes, tell me, and I'll see what I can think of, but I understand that you're busy. Naruto. An hour of ramen, please. Laughing face. Hinata. Version V. Naruto. Really? Hinata. Alright, your hourly wage will be 1 ramen. _carrot. Naruto. Preferably miso pork. Hinata. Hey, miso pork, huh, but don't you worry that if you eat it too much, you'll become ramen. Naruto. My arms are already becoming like noodles, oh no. At least I wouldn't have to worry about buying noodles for a while, Hinata said. V. Naruto. Haha, Naruto. I'm still working, attempting to complete this project. Hinata. What time did you enter? It's almost 10. Naruto. I may need to put in an additional hour because I've been here since 8 this morning and should be finished by tonight. Hinata. Before you go to sleep, make sure you eat something and take a nice, hot shower. I don't want to wake you up. Naruto. I've only had coffee all day, so I should get something to eat. Hinata. That's not good, Naruto. Naruto. I'll be alright. Before I go, I'll grab something from the vending machine. Hinata. Alright, I'll speak with you later. Cheetle. Good night, Hinata, Naruto. Hinata put her phone to her chest and grinned, a grin spreading across her face as she eagerly anticipated their next conversation. When Naruto finally arrived home at midnight, he sent the last project to his boss to be completed, and his coworkers would take care of the rest. This gave him the 3 days of self-care he needed. To his surprise, Sakura was sitting on the sofa and the lights were on when he opened the door. Good night, sweetie. You were unable to sleep. After removing his shoes and setting them by the door, he asked. Where did you go? I told you I was at work. What caused you to arrive home so late? Sakura said, getting to her feet. I didn't want to go work tomorrow to finish an hour left of what I had on the project, so I decided to complete everything tonight. Sakura eyed him while crossing her arms and said, let me see your phone then. Naruto became offended by this and scowled at her, saying, no. I've never asked you where you are, so why is it acceptable for you to check my phone when I arrive late for work? I never requested to view your phone. Because I have a job. Sakura yelled. I am, too. Do you believe that I spend my entire day sitting on my ass? Look, babe, I'm really tired. Okay, Naruto said, pinching the bridge of his nose. I'm going to shower, he said, kissing her forehead. You're more than welcome to take one with me. Nearly a month had passed since their last intimate moment, and Sakura sighed. She took his hand, and he smiled before kissing it, his heart fluttering. He hadn't had the opportunity to embrace his wife's lovely body and her in such a long time, and he didn't want to argue, he just wanted to hold her and perhaps even discuss his feelings with her, as Shikamaru had suggested. Naruto rocked her back and forth and occasionally kissed her as they held each other while the showerhead sprayed water all over them. Sakura, I love you. I love you too, she said, taking in his aroma as she closed her eyes and gave him a tight embrace. I know it's been a tough year, but I'm trying, she said. Processing this is still difficult. Having children with you was something I was very excited about. I understand. Squeezing his eyes shut, Naruto said, I apologize for not being able to give you what you and I both desire. It's just been really difficult. I've felt unwelcome and alone. Sakura gave him a startled look and asked, what would make you feel that way? I'm present. I felt like you weren't here for me, he said, shaking his head. Why are you pushing me away, Sakura? Naruto said, putting his hands on her shoulder. I felt lonely, broken, and depressed. Do you not think of me as a man? Yes, I do. I simply didn't realize, she said softly. Dropping his arms to the side, Naruto gazed at her, asking, wasn't it obvious? I feel like you ignore my feelings, even though I adore you so much. But I take your feelings into consideration, Sakura said, with her arms crossed. Really? Why do you always ask to see my phone and inquire about my whereabouts? You accuse me of cheating, but why? When I asked, why did you find spending those days with me so difficult? Because you don't typically arrive home at this hour. Naruto, it's almost 12. However, I sent you a picture of my office and told you where I was. I know we work in different fields, but my work is just as important, Naruto yelled. I've got work to do. Sakura looked down and chewed on her lip, saying, you could have worked from home. Really? You somehow blame me for cheating after I've been suffering and you've ignored me for a year. I never betrayed you. I've never treated you that way. You have always been my focus. I can't handle this, he sighed, dragging his hands against his face. Naruto exited the shower and hurriedly dried off after shutting off the faucet. Where are you heading? After putting on the orange pajama pants, Naruto hurried out of the bathroom and slammed the door behind him. Give me some time to myself, Sakura, he said. Sakura was shocked by Naruto's response, so she soaked while leaving the restroom and headed downstairs to their room. Glancing out, she noticed Naruto making a bed on the couch, so she scowled and went into the living room, asking, why are you acting so like a child? How about you go to bed and sleep? I'm not being childish, Naruto shot back angrily, I'm being mature and putting my problem behind me. Leave me, please, I need to sleep, he remarked sourly. What's causing your behavior, Sakura? I discovered that I am unable to conceive. That implies that I am unable to carry on my name and conceive you. When I pass away, my story comes to an end. Second, you've been leaving me to deal with this depression on my own, and you leave me when I ask you to stay. Finally, you constantly accuse me of cheating, but you never provide evidence. I'm married to you and you alone for the very last time. Why would I be with you if I wanted to fuck another girl? For heaven's sake, Naruto glared at her and said, now, please go before I do or say something I'm going to regret. This time, he wouldn't go out of his way to apologize to her, she had it coming. Sakura was startled by the rage in his voice, and Naruto immediately felt bad about it. She looked so scared and hurt, but he wouldn't move. Switch the lights off. Good night. ... Naruto continued to love his wife in spite of the current circumstances. They never discussed the incident and continued living their lives as if nothing had happened. She would kiss him goodbye before leaving for work, and he would return the favor when he left for work. He hated yelling, he hated shouting, he hated doing that to her, but eventually the cup will overflow and one day it won't stop. Despite all of this, Naruto knew deep down that it was only a matter of time until the cheating and accusations came about, again. They had sex 3 times in a week, which surprised him, and she even tried cooking. The two had been invited to a brunch with Sakura's parents, which would include her parents, aunts, uncles, and their kids. Naruto already knew her family, and they were just like her parents, they detested him. They constantly joked about when they were going to get a divorce and constantly made disparaging comments about him in his presence. Are you still employed by Kazashi, Naruto? One of the uncles inquired. No, Naruto forced a smile in response, I work for another company. Oh, how unfortunate. When you couldn't find a job, Kazashi did provide one for you. Why would you abandon him? With a cheeky smile, Naruto said, better opportunities. That didn't include sweeping the floor. Clearing his throat, Kazashi said, how's work, Sakura? I am aware that you have been putting in extra hours. Papa, work is going well. I'm merely lending a hand, Sakura grinned. Naruto, why do you have Sakura putting in so much overtime? Is the income from your job insufficient to cover your expenses? An aunt inquired. When Sakura squeezed his hand, Naruto let out a loud sigh and turned to face his aunt, Yui. Naruto pays all of his bills on time and does a great job as a husband. Aunt Yui shrugged her shoulders and snorted, saying, you can come to me if you ever need money. Don't be scared. Can we go right now? Naruto turned to Sakura and asked. Mebuyuki put down her teacup as her lip quirked. We arrived just now, Naruto. Sakura looked into his eyes and said, please, just be a little more patient. Sakura has told me some terrible news, Naruto. She informed me that you are infertile and that you are the reason why the two of you will never become parents. Mom. Sakura slammed her hands on the table and yelled. There was a pause in the room, and everyone's gaze was fixed on Naruto. Murmuring, you promised me you wouldn't tell anyone, Naruto turned to face Mebuki, who gave him a sly smile. I'm Naruto, her mother. She should tell me what's happening between you two, in my opinion. Having children has always been Sakura's dream. It's very unfortunate that you will prevent her from experiencing what it's like to be a real mother. Nah, mother. You promised me you wouldn't say anything when I told you that in private. How could you harm me like this? Sakura wiped away her tears as she spoke. I'm leaving, Naruto said, getting up and setting the car's keys on the table next to Sakura. Sakura, please drive home safely. Sakura reached for Naruto's arms, but he gave her a lethal glare, and she retreated. He then walked out of the house and down the snowy pavement without saying anything. The pain Naruto was experiencing right now was beyond words. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he leaned over, holding it. He felt humiliated and betrayed. How could the woman he loved betray his trust like this? They eventually had to explain to the parents why they hadn't had any kids yet, but that was supposed to happen on his terms, not hers. They had an agreement, so it was still too soon to reveal this private information. How could she possibly tell her mother, Mebuki, the bitch? Who else did she tell? Naruto spent a considerable amount of time sitting on the edge of the bed, feeling numb to everything around him. He detested his life, his wife, and himself. He detested her selfishness, the way she accused him of things he hadn't done, the way she made him feel, and the fact that he loved her so much that his heart was gradually becoming hostile. The continual humiliation from her parents and herself didn't seem worth it, but he still wanted it to work out and wanted things to return to how they were when they first got married, even though it was difficult to pinpoint what that was. Divorce had never been on his mind so much as it was now. It sounded better to be accused of cheating once a week rather than every day. He lay on his back and stared at the ceiling, scoffing. He was in a hotel at the moment because he didn't want to see her or their supposed house, he didn't want to make a mistake, and he didn't want to see her face. Ding. He grabbed his phone and gazed at the screen. Hinata. Hello Naruto. Would you have time today to stop by and discuss some ideas I had for the new Lang's pastries and bread opening? Naruto. I'll be over in about an hour, of course. Hinata. I'll make sure your money is ready. Smiley face. He put the phone away after grinning a little at that, needing anything to distract him from tonight's event. After reading through Hinata's presentation, Naruto nodded, saying, this is excellent. Did you create this design on your own? Excited by Naruto's compliments, Hinata nodded, I did. She grinned even wider and folded her legs. I'm impressed, but your decorating sense is good. We can create some social media pages about the bakery while they're remodeling. Perhaps you could even persuade your friends to spread the word. I have a lot of friends that'll be willing to do that for me. Naruto sighed and leaned back on the sofa after setting the papers down on the coffee table. How are things going, Naruto? You only ate half of the ramen I prepared, Hinata said, snatching the papers off the coffee table. At the end, he whispered that it was difficult to understand what he was saying. Your ramen was perfect Hinata, but just he said. Hinata grabbed the yellow pillow and held on to it tightly, saying, maybe I can help. She turned to face him and said, I'm all ears. Besides, wouldn't it be best to tell your woes and sorrows to a stranger you barely know? I don't think you're a stranger anymore, Hinata, he said, almost smiling. We text every day, and I've already had 2 meals at your house. She nodded her head after giggling, saying, I guess you're correct. What's happening now? Hinata, would you tell your parents your husband was infertile after you promised him you wouldn't? Naruto rubbed the back of his head hair and twisted his body in her direction. The abrupt question startled Hinata, but she answered quickly, no, I wouldn't. Why would I do this when I vowed to my husband that I wouldn't? That would be a betrayal of his trust, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. Naruto gazed down. Feeling her gentle touch against his skin, Naruto looked at her and said, I'm sorry, Naruto. He took her hand and held it firmly. She betrayed me and told her parents, he said. You ought to have observed their expressions. They despise me greatly. How is it possible for someone so attractive to be hated? With a small frown, she said, Naruto, you ought to speak with your wife. He gave a headshake. I've already spoken to her, but my feelings don't matter. They never do, he said, looking down at Hinata's hand as it was squeezed. It's really hard for me to say anything about the situation, but I can sense you're hurting. Why don't you help me make some little cakes to get your mind off it in the time being? Thank you for not giving me a dirty look, Hinata. Gee, that meant a lot to me. He was nearly choking. She doesn't love me anymore, huh? When Hinata heard the crack in his voice, it broke her heart. I'm sure she loves you, Naruto. Give her a call before you go to sleep to let her know you're okay. You don't want her to be searching for you in this snowy weather. Naruto nodded his head after taking a deep breath. Why don't I help you make those cakes as you suggested? Sakura had seen a change in Naruto since the incident at her parents' house. She was receiving the silent treatment from the man. He was silent, and Sakura didn't like it because it was so nerve-wracking. Not at all. He remained silent despite her repeated attempts to start a conversation. He did absolutely nothing. Naruto was feeling worse than usual lately, but he made every effort to ignore his emotions. Because the scars from the betrayal were too deep, he decided not to talk to Sakura. He explained the situation to Shikamaru, who was perplexed and asked him two straightforward questions. Do you still love Sakura? And, why don't you consider a divorce? Yes, I still love Sakura, was his response to the first question, while he was unable to respond to the second. Even though he realized that a divorce was necessary, he still harbored feelings for Sakura and would hate to make such a snap decision. And what if he regretted it? He has had Sakura by his side ever since he can remember. How could all those years be so easily forgotten? He didn't want to start over, and it would be a waste. He found himself spending more time at work, going to the gym, or conversing with some of his friends, such as Shikamaru and Hinata, because he needed the space to clear his head at the moment. He particularly loved conversing with Hinata. She gave him a sense of importance and was a good listener. He occasionally wished Sakura were more like Hinata. Sakura couldn't sleep one night and tossed and turned. She was devastated by the innumerable dreams and thoughts of Naruto abandoning her. Her mother was the only person she could confide in, even though she knew what she had done was wrong. Her husband shifted in his sleep as her gentle fingers moved over his warm skin. She drew a circle on his back while chewing on her bottom lip, silently hoping he would talk to her or answer. When Naruto's eyes opened, the dark room filled his field of vision. Sakura's finger touched him, causing goosebumps to appear on his skin. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "What do you want, Sakura?" She drew back her hand quickly after nearly jumping. I couldn't fall asleep. She said, "Can you hold me?" In a whisper. After a few minutes, Naruto rolled over, put his arm around her, and drew her in close. Her heart was warmed by the warmth of his body, and she sighed dreamily before falling asleep. Naruto closed his eyes and listened to the sound of her gentle snores. He was unable to sleep again. It felt wrong and unsatisfying to touch her now. He did his best to remain silent during those weeks. If he had spoken, he probably would have been forced to stay in a hotel for an additional week, not that that was a bad decision. He continued to feel vulnerable and scarred, and he couldn't stop watching over his shoulder. Does anyone else know? Behind his back, what were they whispering? Did it make him less of a man now? Was this marriage really something he deserved? Whispering, "I love you, Naruto," Sakura said. Sakura sniffed because Naruto didn't say anything. The sudden noise that came from her startled him. "I'm really sorry, I just didn't know who to speak to, and Mom, she was there. She was the only one I could speak to during that time. Please don't leave me," she said. When Naruto tightened his hold on Sakura, she closed her eyes tightly and said, "I'll do better. I'll be better. Do you still love me?" He felt a tiny piece of his heart break as something swirled around in his stomach. "Yeah, I do." The woman's tears soon stopped and she was able to return to her sleep, suggesting that she was satisfied with the response. On the other hand, Naruto thought he was on a thin thread that was about to snap. Naruto hung his head over and leaned forward, letting out a loud sigh. He hardly slept at all last night. He was unable to raise his head and appear respectable even after his office door opened. Kin was the one who said, "Damn boss. Is your wife holding out on you? What's the matter?" She walked over to the glass table and looked at him anxiously. When Kin first started working for the company 2 years ago, she was succeeding. She soon became Naruto's favorite coworker due to her assertive demeanor and youthful zeal. He was aware that he could rely on her for almost anything. Taking on the workload didn't bother Kin because it would put her in closer proximity to Naruto, her favorite person. She had a serious crush on him ever since she joined his team. She felt that the pink-haired woman did not deserve Naruto and detested his wife. Numerous times, she had overheard her accusing him of cheating or talking to them on the phone. Although Kin was aware that it was improper to overhear their private discussion, she was interested in learning more about this woman. Despite her beauty, she had the disposition of a depressed elderly woman. She had never seen Naruto glance at another woman in the office in all the time she had known him. Hell, if he did, he was very skilled at concealing it. She recalled how, before learning that he was married, she would attempt to attract his attention by dressing more sensuously or by making small errors on her report. Although Kin was naturally a tomboy, she went to great lengths to alter her identity because she so desperately wanted the man's attention. She tried her luck at the office when they were alone together. She couldn't help but confess to him, even though it might not have been professional. "Naruto, I have feelings for you." When he told her that he didn't feel the same way, it wasn't the first time she had experienced heartbreak. "Thank you for letting me know, but I have a wife." She stayed at home and scolded herself for 3 full days. How could she have missed his golden wedding ring? She also thought about leaving because returning to work would be too embarrassing. She listened to Naruto when he reached out to her on the 3rd day. He was sincere and kind. "Kin, I know you are embarrassed about the situation, but please come back to work. I should have told you about my wife when you first started. I'm sorry." She could never have imagined a man apologizing to her. Furthermore, he wasn't even at fault. There was nothing he needed to say. Their friendship grew after she accepted it and returned to her job. He was a charming man who offered her some guidance on the men she should date. She made terrible choices, but since her father wasn't there, it was helpful to have a male role model in her life. She blushed at the thought. He looked up at her and said, "Shouldn't you be professional in the workplace, Kin? You know I can write you up for that." Kin put her hand on her hip after slamming the papers onto his desk. "But you're not. Now tell me, what's going on? You look really tired." Naruto leaned back in the chair and raised his head. "I'm fine. Thanks for your concern." She whirled around, blushing a little. "Well, I'm here if you ever need somebody to speak to." Naruto muttered, "I'll keep that in mind." Instead, Kin jumped when there was a sudden, loud thunderclap. At the sound of Naruto laughing, she spun around. "Aren't you a little old to be afraid of a thunderstorm?" Balling her fist, she yelled, "Shut up," and strode out of the office. Naruto picked up his phone as the door closed, just in time to see that Hinata had texted him. They have been growing closer in the weeks since he told her, and he genuinely loved having her around. She almost made him think of Shikamaru, but she was a good friend. They were both trustworthy and impartial. "Hinata, I remain on the campus. It is currently raining." "Naruto, did you arrive late for class? It is nearly 6 o'clock. "Hinata, my advisor and I were supposed to meet." Gazing out, Naruto drummed his fingers on the glass desk. The gods must have been engaged in combat outside. "Naruto, when I'm done up here, I can come get you." "Naruto, if you so choose." Hinata glanced at the message for a moment, and her cheeks turned slightly flushed. For some reason, reading that message made her heart race. "Hinata, I don't want to cause trouble." "Naruto, I have nothing planned for today. There won't be any issues." Opening parenthesis colon. "Hinata. Naruto, thank you." "Naruto. No issue. I'll be heading out after I finish up here." "Hinata. Drive carefully, I'll be here." The rain never stopped, and Naruto took a little longer than he had anticipated to arrive at the Konoha University campus grounds. He recalled how, after classes, he would visit Sakura on campus because he had not been accepted to Konoha University but had instead been accepted to Senju College. Upon arriving at the entrance, he picked up the umbrella from the rear of the vehicle and ventured out into the rainy weather, where Hinata and several other girls were standing. "Hinata," he exclaimed. Some of the girls' heads jerked in the direction of the older man who was standing composedly with the umbrella over his head, and they couldn't resist absorbing his whole image. After they had done so, their cheeks flushed and they started talking to each other. A light wind blew past them as Hinata walked toward him. "Naruto," he said, unexpectedly. She was wearing a reprimand. "You could have gotten wet. You should have texted me. You didn't have to come out here." "That's why I have my umbrella," he said with a dazzling smile that illuminated his surroundings despite the gloomy surroundings. An associate asked, "Hinata, is he your boyfriend?" She turned and shook her head, saying, "He's just a friend of mine." After covering Hinata with the umbrella, Naruto escorted her to the black Honda Civic, where the warm air from the air conditioner caused him to shiver. "I was not expecting it to rain today," he said. "Neither did I. At least the snow is melting, right?" "I guess so," he said, adding, "How were classes?" "They were good. We're expected to go out of town in the next few weeks to go to a culinary event." "I'm excited," she said with a smile. "Oh, thank you again, Naruto. I probably would have reached home very late tonight." "I told you it's okay." He laughed. "There's no need to apologize." Hinata was fascinated by Naruto's attractive features and kept looking at him out of the corner of her eye while twitching her fingers. Before long, she was looking right at him. He felt as though someone had punched his stomach when he turned his head to his right, sensing that someone was staring at him. He was no stranger to attractive women, but he had to acknowledge that Hinata was incredibly beautiful, and she didn't have to try. Her beauty was inherent in every way. The two stared into each other's eyes for what seemed like an eternity, only realizing what they were doing when someone honked their horn. Hinata lowered her head, trying to hide her burning face, while Naruto, equally red and embarrassed, couldn't help but think she was enticing during their time together. Naruto declared, "I'm hungry," and proposed, "How about we get some Korean barbecue?" "I love Korean barbecue," Hinata exclaimed, and Naruto was astounded by her expression. "Oh, but what about your wife?" She paused. She gave Naruto a worried look when he didn't answer. "Are things still not good between you two?" "I haven't really spoken to her for almost 2 weeks," he said. "That's not good, Naruto." "She had it coming," he said. "I just honestly can't stand to see her or talk to her at this moment." "But isn't communication key in a relationship?" "I've been trying for so long, Hinata," Naruto replied. "Right now, I just need some space because I don't want to say something I'll regret." "Is it that bad?" she inquired. "I'm sorry, I'm not nosy, but you look sad. I should have never brought it up. Forgive me." He put his hand on top of her head and ruffled her hair, saying, "No, you're fine. Stop apologizing. You're going to ruin my hair, Naruto." She squeaked as she attempted to take his hand away. Hinata felt her heart swell with joy as she struggled to grasp his hand, and when she finally did, she couldn't help but admire it because it was much larger than her own. He laughed as she struggled to do so. She put her hand in his but quickly pulled it back when Naruto opened the palm of his hand wide enough for her to examine it after noticing she was examining it. For an instant, Naruto felt her hand's softness. It was a seductive touch, and he secretly wished he could feel them again. He took his hand slowly, running his fingers through his golden hair, and his heart skipped a beat while she tried to grab his hand. "Would you still like to get some Korean barbecue?" "Yeah, please," Hinata said, nodding. For the rest of the ride, neither of them spoke. Though it wasn't as heavy, the rain still spattered the ground. Naruto drove carefully, turning a few streets to arrive at Hinata's complex, occasionally glancing at her and beaming. She had dozed off on the way home, possibly from the sake she had consumed, as her cheeks were a little flushed. He waited a few minutes after parking the car before he tapped her shoulder to wake her up. "Hinata," he called, and she slowly opened her eyes, trying to focus on Naruto, who was watching her. "You're home." She muttered, "Okay," and then closed her eyes once more. Naruto laughed heartily and then pushed her again, singing, "Hinata. You're home." She hiccuped, 5 meters, more minutes. Sakura was probably wondering where he was, but he knew he had to go home, even though he wouldn't mind staying in the car and listening to the raindrops splatter on the top of his roof. Naruto grabbed her bag from the backseat and asked, "Are your keys in your bag?" "Hinata." He sighed when Hinata didn't answer, even though he didn't feel comfortable opening a woman's bag. He rummaged through the tiny purse and found a small bottle of perfume, some lip gloss, some sugar-free gum, and he chuckled as he peered at the tiny cinnamon bun keychain, saying, her obsession with cinnamon buns may be unhealthy. Stepping out into the light rain, Naruto made his way to the passenger seat, opened the door, and gently put his arms around Hinata, offering her assistance. Playfully, Naruto said, "Hinata. Hinata, do you want some cinnamon buns?" and proceeded up the stairs to the apartment complex's entrance while holding her school supplies in one hand and her waist in the other. Naruto couldn't help but wonder what kind of perfume she would buy because she had a pleasant citrusy scent. She muttered, half in a daze, "I'm tired." Naruto said, "I know. You're almost home," as he entered the elevator. Next time, don't drink too much, he angrily said, especially if you know you can't handle it. She looked at him with one eye and said, but I can. Erk, I'm a pirate, she said. Yup, it's time for you to go to sleep, Naruto said, breaking off his laughter and nearly letting go of Hinata. As he opened the door, the scent of cinnamon and pumpkin spices filled the air. Hinata tried to walk as best she could, but her legs were too heavy, so he leaned to the side, put her bags on the floor, and then swung her up bridal style, heading for the bedroom. Naruto laid her gently on the plush mattress as the light flickered on. Naruto put the blanket up to Hinata's chin and said, I'm going to leave now, Hinata. Stay in bed. Naruto, you're so strong. She giggled, turning her head to the side and putting her arms around his. Have you been working out? She asked. As he attempted to escape Hinata, Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, Hinata, I have to go now. Do you have to? She asked, puffing out her dark red cheeks. The sensation of something round and soft engulfing his forearm sent a chill down his spine. He said, I'll talk to you later, and used his free hand to gently push her down. She pouted and let go of his arm, saying, fine. He checked to make sure she was safely tucked in, then shut the door and turned off the lights. When Naruto got home, he smelled something burnt, the kitchen lights were on, and he heard something sizzling like a gentle tune. Sakura was cooking. She peered into the kitchen and exclaimed, Naruto. You're home, she said as she walked up to him. He nodded and kicked off his shoes, saying, I'm home. Excellent, you're right on schedule, I was just finishing up dinner when. I'm not hungry, he said in response. You ate already, huh? She asked, removing the smile from her face and grabbing him by the forearm, which smelled slightly of barbecue and alcohol. I did, he said, glancing over her. She pouted, but I wanted us to have supper together, and then her nose wiggled, wondering why he smelled so citrusy. Maybe tomorrow. The grip tightened around his forearm as he attempted to move past her. Naruto, she croaked, what's going on between us? You've been aloof and you hardly talk to me. I'm trying my best, Sakura, he responded. But right now, I don't think it's working. When he said that, Sakura's hands started to shake and her spirit was crushed. Are you saying you want a divorce? She asked. No, he murmured, I don't want to divorce you, but it seems our relationship isn't working out. I'm trying my best, but everything still isn't good enough. Sakura threw her hands in the air and exclaimed, but it is. You are doing your best. He paused before continuing, saying, I know I'm not a full man. I know I can't give you children, but I'm trying to make it up in other areas. If I am, why do you treat me so awfully? He asked. But you are a man, Naruto. You're not the only one hurt. I'm hurt you can't have children because I wanted it to be with you. I wanted our own, but you're not the only one who has been trying in the relationship, she said with her arms raised. I didn't speak to my parents for the first 2 years when we were engaged because of how they treated you. I waited for you to finish college and to find work. I was the one who spoke to Papa so you can get employed. There are a lot of things I did for you. I know, so, why are you treating me like this? Because I made one mistake and told Mama. You couldn't expect them not to ask, right? Despite my parents' feelings, they were genuinely hoping for grandchildren. Sakura burst into tears. Look, what happened at the brunch should have never happened. My parents wanted to apologize, especially Mama. They can keep that sorry and shove it up their asses, Sakura, Naruto replied, glaring at her. I'm tired. I'm going to take a shower before I go to bed. Naruto, he muttered, what do you want? Do you want to make this relationship work? He looked at her and remarked, I'm still here, aren't I? She said, can I get a kiss? He didn't want to, but his body seemed to move on its own. Sakura felt a little giddy as his powerful arms encircled her, and she could feel the hardness of his muscles rubbing against her. She also knew he had been going to the gym. With her head tilted upward, Sakura closed her eyes and slithered her arms around Naruto's neck, and he leaned forward to give her a quick kiss on the lips, possibly from the alcohol he had had earlier, because he soon found himself kissing her body. Naruto picked her up, threw her on the couch, climbed on top of her, and they made love. Sakura loved every second of it, but Naruto felt confused, conflicted, and strangely craving more. All he could think about during sex with Sakura was the gorgeous Hinata beneath him. Sakura suggested that Naruto call in for work so that they could spend more time together, and Naruto spent the entire day cuddling and being around her as a way to make up for the mischievous thing he had done the night before. A part of Naruto felt bad about last night, so he complied. Why would he even consider Hinata out of everyone? They were friends on a platonic level, so he didn't really think of her that way. Sure, she was a gorgeous girl, she was really gorgeous, but Sakura was his wife. Why would I think of another woman? Was it typical? Was this regarded as dishonesty? He was completely perplexed by the situation and thought that the incident that occurred last night must have been caused by the sake he had drunk at the restaurant and the fact that he and Hinata had been talking for the majority of the day. The questions kept coming to him and wouldn't stop. He chose to have sex with Sakura once more to calm his nerves, but it didn't feel the same this time around even though Hinata wasn't on his mind. Sex with Sakura had never been better, despite Naruto's best efforts to ignore the thoughts that lingered in the back of his mind from last night. He wanted more of the unfathomable raw ecstasy. His slacks tightened at the thought of Hinata and the way she gripped his arm, so he moved his leg to a more comfortable position. Sakura was alone with his naughty thoughts after he took her to a nice restaurant for a dinner date and she went to the restroom to freshen up. He realized that he hadn't spoken to Hinata all day, and he wanted to reach out to her, but he was conflicted about it. That girl was doing something to his very being, and something didn't feel right. He always established boundaries with girls, especially when they were intoxicated, but Hinata. He could have easily pushed her away, but he chose to keep her close to him because he liked the way she wrapped herself around his arm, the way she felt, and the way she looked. He told Shikamaru that he didn't look at any women but Sakura, but could he say that now? He felt bad because, deep down, perhaps Sakura was right, but he couldn't escape these thoughts or feelings no matter how hard he tried. He was being hypnotized by Hinata. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle smile appeared on Naruto's face as he eagerly read the message on his phone after the table vibrated and he looked down to see it was Hinata. Hinata. You know what? Naruto. What, equals Hinata? You must make a guess. Naruto. Are you waiting for me with a large bowl of ramen? Equals carrot. Hinata. Underscore. Naruto. Will you attend an academy for pirates? Hinata. Not at all. Hold on. What, Naruto? Tonight, do you have a date? Hinata. Indeed, Tenten, a friend of mine, wants to take me out on a double date. He had a bad taste in his mouth after reading that message. It was only natural for her to go on dates because she was still young, but still. Naruto. Really, are you thrilled? Hinata. Not at all. Blind dates never work out, even though I've gone on a lot of them. Naruto. What are the results? Hinata. It's strange, but occasionally I simply don't connect with them or find them boring. After boasting about their wealth, they always do the most bizarre thing. They always try to flaunt the large sums of money they take out. It's not very impressive. Equals. Naruto. Funny, you might be correct. Hinata. It bothers me. Where will they take you, Naruto? Hinata. For a sushi bite. Naruto. Don't have any sake tonight, please. Why, Hinata? Naruto. You're not sure how to manage your beverages. Hinata. What took place yesterday? He typed, humming. Naruto. In addition to claiming to be a pirate and attempting to rip off my arm. Absolutely nothing. Hinata. I apologize, that's embarrassing. Naruto. You must swear to me that you won't have any alcohol tonight. Hinata. No, Tenten might lose his temper while intoxicated, so I usually don't. Naruto. Are you aware of your outfit plans? Hinata. Indeed, I do. Do you want to watch it? Naruto. Certainly. In a matter of minutes, a picture of Hinata appeared in their chat box, wearing a cute long ivory sleeve blouse tucked in a black short skirt. As Naruto studied the picture, his tongue immediately became parched. Her figure was so adorable and submissive. Hinata. Is it attractive in your opinion? Or ought I to try something different? Naruto. No, you look stunning. Hinata's entire body flushed from that text message alone. When she snapped the photo and hit send to Naruto, her hands were already shaking. One might wonder if she went on a rampage for Naruto or her date tonight, since her room was completely destroyed. Hinata. I'm grateful, Naruto. No issue at all. What time do you depart for your date? Hinata. Now, I'll update you on the outcome. Naruto. I'll wait right here. Enjoy your evening. Hinata. I'm grateful. After putting the phone face down on the table, Naruto combed his hair with his fingers. She looked stunning, and he let out a quiet sigh. As the weeks passed, Naruto realized he preferred Hinata's company to that of his wife. Perhaps he would have liked the company of anyone other than Sakura, but was that correct? Was that reasonable? He kept asking himself these questions. He did some research on marriage, and it turned out that many men loved and hated their wives, so this sentiment was common. Some people even have sex fantasies about other women, but that doesn't mean they don't still love their wives. Sakura said, "Naruto," and then she sat across from him after slipping her thin fingers past his neck. He smiled as he looked up. "You took a little long. Are you okay?" Sakura raised the glass of wine to her lips and said, "I'm fine, it feels like forever since we've last been on a date. Naruto, I've been doing some thinking and I feel like we should adopt." When Sakura said that, Naruto nearly choked and looked at her in confusion. She cocked her head to the side and said, "You want a child, and I want a child. Why don't we just adopt instead of looking for a donor?" "No." The reaction took Sakura by surprise. "Why? We can give our love and attention to a child who..." He said, "No," with more firmness. "I thought we were ready, but we're not, Sakura. We still have a lot to work on and adopting a child won't be good. Not now." She was forced to frown. "But you were willing to try for a baby a year ago. Do you know how much you put me through? Sex felt more like a chore than a pleasure." Naruto said, "Let's not have this conversation right now, Sakura," as he began to grow irritable. He looked at the waitress and said, "Let's just enjoy our dinner and, look, she's bringing our food now. I don't think it's fair. Why can't we talk about it?" Sakura was presented with a plate of fish dinner by a woman with brown skin, and Naruto was presented with a plate of steak dinner. Before taking her away, she bowed and said, "Enjoy." Naruto adamantly urged, "I didn't say we couldn't talk about it, but we can do it later. Now, let's enjoy our dinner." "I feel you're being unreasonable," she muttered. "Sakura, that is enough," Naruto shot back. "No more. We'll talk about it when we are home, so be quiet and eat." Naruto sensed that something was going to ruin his night. Her eyes started to well up with tears, so she reached for a napkin and wiped them away. "I'm sorry." He felt a little bad about telling her to keep quiet after seeing her cry. Her tears were nearly impossible to ignore. They've been together for a long time, after all. He let out a sigh and gave her a leg bump. "I didn't mean to speak to you like that. Look, right now I feel we still need to work on each other before we think about adopting," Naruto told her. Sakura bit her lip and said, "You're acting like I'm such a bad wife. Have you forgotten I've been there for you? You haven't always been kind to me, Naruto. I almost lost my family because of you, and I was willing to do that because I love you so much." Naruto believed that this discussion had already occurred. "I understand that, and I appreciate everything you've done for me, but don't forget what I've done for you." She raised an eyebrow in question and asked, "Really? You never help around the house? Ino doesn't have to go through anything like this with Sai. Sai is loyal, faithful, he cooks and cleans, and plus he listens to her. He doesn't tell her to shut up and eat. Now you're putting words into my mouth. I never told you to shut up. I said be quiet." She grabbed the cut lemon and squeezed it over the fish, saying, "It's the same thing. I do way more than you at home, and at work." He listened to her babble about him, and not in a flattering manner. Naruto sensed the other men's looks and even looked at one who gave him a pitying glance. At last, he replied, "You're right, Sakura. Maybe I can clean a little more in the house and cook from time to time. I understand your work, so I shouldn't expect you to do all the house chores by yourself. I'll do better." The attractive woman was taken aback by the answer and quickly repositioned herself on the padded chair. "You're not agreeing just to shut me up, right?" Naruto looked at her while downing the red wine. "Nope, I hear you loud and clear. For better or worse, he committed to these. For better or worse, in health or illness, he committed to living with her until the end of time. He had committed to it, and he had to do it." She raised some valid points, such as doing more work and being faithful and loyal. He showed her that already, didn't he? Perhaps what happened last night showed that he wasn't. "I've been meaning to ask you this, but who was that woman you picked up at the college yesterday? Uncle Ryu told me he saw you picking up a strange woman." Naruto's heart skipped a beat at that, and he couldn't figure out why. He wasn't really doing anything behind Sakura's back, really. "I offered one of my friends a ride because it was raining hard that day," said Naruto. "Oh, what's her name?" Naruto said. "Sakura," with annoyance. "She's a friend. Stop it." "Fine." She let out a moan. Can I have a piece of your steak? The two had arrived at their house half an hour before midnight. Naruto needed to use the restroom, and Sakura was sound asleep due to an early workday. He was unable to sleep at the moment because Hinata was on his mind a lot. Where had she gone? Why didn't she mention that she was at home? Isn't it too late to leave in this manner? Then I thought of Sakura. She acts like I don't clean or do anything in this damn house. He grumbled. Oh, side is this. Side is that, he said, making fun of her behavior. Do I look like that creepy bastard? He heard a vibration against the marble countertop, and his head quickly snapped to the side. A smile appeared on his face as soon as he reached for the phone. Hinata. I wanted to let you know that I'm home now, even though I realize it's a little late. Naruto. Well done, I was on the verge of calling the police. How did it go? Hinata. Tenten's taste in men is poor. Closing parenthesis colon. Naruto. Not very good, isn't it? Hinata. Not at all. Can I call you or are you tired? There's a lot to type. Naruto. Certainly. He was on his way to the living room and out to the patio when he hit the send button. His phone rang shortly after, and he picked it up. Hinata sounded sorry as she said, I know it's late. Please let me know if I'm interrupting you. I know it's late and your wife. Naruto said, she's asleep. Tell me what happened, as he reclined in the lounge chair. As he listened to Hinata talk, he looked up at the stars that were twinkling. His muscles relaxed instantly as he listened to her because it was so soothing. I'm assuming this Tenten person is your friend. Yes, shouted Hinata. Tenten is one of my best friends. My oldest cousin Neji introduced us one day and we became besties right away. She's 3 years older than me, but I can tell her anything. She sighed and remarked, so, Tenten doesn't have good taste in men. As you know, she invited me to a double date because this guy named Roshi asked if she can bring a friend for his friend. I already knew tonight would end badly. So, we go for sushi, and they are almost 30 minutes late. I told Tenten we should leave because they didn't value our time. Naruto remarked, you said the right thing. Exactly. They finally arrived and the guy she was with was a total prick. He kept talking over her and made everything about him. She grumbled. Curious, he asked, what about the guy you were with? He wasn't as bad, but he didn't even control his friend. He made Tenten feel so bad. He kept flirting with the waitress the entire time. Sounds like a douchebag, complained Naruto. Hinata puffed out her cheeks and exclaimed, yes. And then he had the nerve to casually ask for sex from Tenten and got pissed when she declined. He didn't know what he did wrong. He did everything wrong from the beginning. Exactly. I was the one that forced Tenten out. She cried the entire night home, but I did warn her beforehand. She's so stubborn. I wish she and Neji will just go out. He likes her, but he's too afraid to admit it. As she continued the conversation, Naruto grinned. Hearing her speak was pleasant, but he was taken aback by the manner in which she spoke. He thought it was good in a way, even though it was different from the times they spoke to each other. He had learned about Hinata's other side. What about the guy? You said he wasn't as bad. Would you go out with him again? Hinata shook her head and sighed. To be honest, he isn't cute. That made Naruto laugh for some reason. Really now? She enthusiastically nodded her head and giggled. Yes. He couldn't resist asking, so, what is your ideal type? As Naruto hummed. Hinata was taken aback by that and blushed at once. Well, someone who is, strong. With a smile, Naruto remarked, that's such a cliché answer. Hinata sulked. As she rolled onto her stomach, she answered, but I would like someone strong, tall, and handsome. Her stomach was roiling with butterflies, and she couldn't recall the last time she had experienced such a feeling. She had the impression that she was back in high school. Suddenly, his voice grew low as he asked, and what is handsome to you? Tall, lean, strong jaw structure, unkempt hair, and sharp eyes, Hinata returned in a whisper. Are you describing Johnny Depp? Hinata laughed, and Naruto laughed too. No, he couldn't stop smiling, and the entire conversation made his cheeks burn and his heart skip a beat. He had been glowing from the moment she had called him. He was, in a way, relieved, joyful, and giddy. Sincerely, he wanted to know what Hinata's ideal type would be. So, can you give me an idea? Fine, but don't laugh. I promise I won't. You, but he stammered, me. Tall, yes, handsome also yes but me. With a childish giggle, Hinata rolled onto her side. Yes, she exclaimed as she leapt from the bed. Naruto was feeling extremely happy. Oh wow, he hummed after that, I've been going to the gym lately. I can tell. He raised an eyebrow, saying, oh really? Hinata held her chest and wiggled her toes, saying, you look a little bigger. The man's voice was so seductive that she squeezed her eyes shut and pictured him standing right in front of her. She said, it's quite noticeable, quietly. Maybe we can go to the gym together one day. Naruto smiled and said, we can, but are you ready to work out? I usually spend 2 or more hours at the gym. She shook her head and said, nope. Never mind. That's too long. He proposed, we can do an hour session. Cardio. Hinata responded, nope. If I do go, then I'll watch you work out. Naruto gave a playful sneer. While you shove your mouth with cinnamon rolls. Yes, well, I won't mind, Naruto exclaimed, covering his face with his arm. He was yawning, but Hinata didn't want him to go just yet. I know it's a little late, but can we talk a little longer? Naruto looked over his shoulder, then into the shadowy house before turning to face the sky. For you, just a little longer. She smiled broadly and reclined. She told him a lot of things. Hinata Hyuga's co-worker Ino Yamanaka and her ex-boyfriend Kiba noticed that she was extremely happy lately. The young girl wasn't the depressing kind, but Ino noticed that she seemed to glow more and would be on her phone all the time, typing. When Ino snuck up behind Hinata at the bakery one day, the young girl was so startled that she nearly dropped her phone into the soapy water. Ino! Exclaimed Hinata, clutching her chest. With a smile on her face, Ino put her arm around Hinata and embraced her. So, Hinata, who's the lucky guy? In an attempt to get out of Ino's chest, Hinata flailed her arms up and down. At that moment, Hinata inhaled deeply as she released her. Ino, she exclaimed, I could have died, but you didn't, so tell me. You've been texting away on that phone of yours and you're always smiling. It has to be a guy, so what's his name? Hinata shook her head as her face glowed brightly. As she looked around anxiously, she said, it's just a friend. That's all. Either this friend is telling you juicy details or, this friend is a male, perhaps a crush. Boyfriend. Ino laughed out loud. Ino suggested. Aha, it's a he, go on, to the girl. Hinata murmured, we're just friends. Nothing more, besides he has a wife. And here I thought you found the man of your dreams, Ino grumbled. Ah, no, she said with a trembling laugh as she gripped the cell phone more tightly. Ino followed Hinata to the front of the store and said, well, don't worry. I know a lot of guys if you're looking to date. Mumbling, yeah, sure, she said. Her thoughts had strayed to Naruto, even though her hands were busy rearranging the candies. The mere thought of him caused her cheeks to burn. Hinata recently became aware that the attractive man had been interfering with her dreams and thoughts. She was constantly excited to talk to him about her everyday activities and to find out more about him. She was quick to reply when he texted her, and she was disappointed when he didn't. After taking a brief break, Ino asked, Hinata, can I have a cinnamon roll? Hinata took a fresh cinnamon roll and brought it to Ino, who was seated around a circular wooden table, after nodding her head. Thank you, exclaimed Ino. Hinata hurriedly said, you're welcome, and moved behind the counter. She felt the butterflies in her stomach go crazy as she relived the conversation from last night. She craved more after their conversation last night, which she genuinely enjoyed. Although she secretly hoped Naruto wasn't married, she hadn't forgotten that he was. Going on dates with different men was nothing new to Hinata, but she always had one rule: never mess with a married man. Hinata had met an older man during her senior year of high school, and after 3 months of conversation, she soon learned that he had a wife. How could she have known? The wife sobbed and expressed how sick to her stomach Hinata had destroyed their marriage. She had no desire to be that kind of girl. She always made sure to abide by the golden rule: treat people the way you want to be treated. Hinata had always been cautious about how she spoke to and treated people, and she made an effort to present herself in the best possible light. She also believed in karma and just desserts. She wouldn't allow them to step on her, of course, but it felt good to act from the heart. Hinata found that by abiding by that rule, a lot of doors opened for her, and she enjoyed getting to know some kind people. When the door chimed, Ino turned to see a furious Sakura coming toward her. Even though Sakura had a very angry expression on her face, Ino always thought it was adorable. Declaring, Ino, Naruto is cheating on me, she positioned herself directly beside her best friend. With a scowl, Ino said, you always say that and there's no proof. When are you going to stop accusing that man of cheating, Sakura? If you keep on accusing him, he's going to do it for real. Sakura shook her head and chewed on her lower lip. The night before, he came home he smelled like barbecue. Ino cut him off, saying, maybe he went for Korean barbecue. Well, Uncle Ryu saw him at the university picking up a girl, then he comes home smelling like Korean barbecue, sake and a citrusy smell, Ino. Another woman has been on him. I just know it. Sakura, moaned Ino. Naruto's a really good guy. I just find it so hard to believe he would cheat on you. The man practically worships the ground you walk on. She said, but Ino, you don't understand, and lowered her head. Things aren't the same ever since I told mother about, you know. He has every right to be upset, Sakura. You told them without his permission and besides, you know your mom doesn't like him. When Hinata looked up, she saw a woman with pink hair by Ino. The door had opened without her even hearing it. With a sigh, she went to the rear of the bakery to complete the remaining dishes. But who else could I speak to? I wanted to have children with him, Sakura sighed. I know, Ino remarked as she massaged her back. I know you mean well, Sakura, but you have to stop being a thorn in Naruto's ass. Why do you do that anyway? It's not like he has cheated on you before. Sakura folded her arms and scoffed. Naruto isn't a saint, Ino. He has all the girls wrapped around his finger and they are constantly around him. I see how they look at him, but he's too stupid to notice. What if he ends up doing something with them? Oh, come on, you're acting as you've never looked at a handsome man before and think, wow, he's cute, Ino said with a grin. Do I have to remind you of a certain doctor? That's different. I know I'm not going to cheat on Naruto with Dr. Uchiha. She snapped back, her cheeks flushed. But you're afraid Naruto will cheat on you, Ino continued. Yes, he probably has already. I don't know, Sakura, Ino said, affectionately petting her cheek. Sounds like you're being insecure. The question puzzled Sakura. Me? Insecure? I am not. Naruto loves you too much, Sakura. He's been with you through thick and thin. I hardly think he's going to throw all of that away, but if you keep on treating him the way you do then just maybe he will. With her eyes rubbed, she exclaimed, but that's not fair. I've done a lot for him. I know you have, Sakura muttered. Ino, it seems like you're leaning to his side. Ino scowled and said, I'm not. Naruto just doesn't seem like the person to do something like that, and if you don't have any proof, you should stop accusing him. Sometimes I feel you're looking down on him, Sakura. I told you not to get married to him. Ino murmured the final sentence. When she saw the expression Sakura gave her, she said, what? Oh, come on, Naruto's a good man and you're a good woman, but I feel you need someone more, I don't know. Stern and strict, you may have a kink for bad boys. I do not. Should I name the boyfriends you've dated before you and Naruto made it official? None of them compared to Naruto who treated you like a princess, she said with a shrug. You're weird, Sakura. That's why I love him. He treats me like I'm a queen, but... Ino raised an eyebrow, suggesting, and maybe you should treat him like a king. Instead, as I said, if you don't have proof he's cheating on you, stop accusing him. You better pray your nagging hasn't damaged the relationship already. Hinata said, Ino, I'm leaving to go to classes now, as she stood in front of the workplace entrance. Sakura's eyes glistened as she and Ino turned around. She's adorable, Sakura said to Ino in a whisper. Okay, Hinata, by the way, this is my best friend Sakura. Sakura, this is Hinata, she said. Saying, hello, Sakura, Hinata bowed. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sakura nodded and flushed. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Ino waved her hand and said, be careful out there. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, did you ever get the paperwork from the office? Hinata boasted. I did. I have a friend who's going to help me with it tonight, beaming broadly. She said, you stay safe too, Ino and Sakura. As she walked out of the restaurant, Sakura sighed and held her cheeks. She's cute, Ino. Hinata, yes, she is. She's a sweet person too. She answered, I can tell. I can honestly see Naruto cheating on me with someone like her. Sakura, exclaimed Ino. She sneered, I'm just saying. Naruto likes cutesy girls. Ino rolled her eyes in response. And that's why he chose and married you, she said. Did your shift end? She inquired after observing Sakura's work scrubs. She sighed quietly, I'm going there now. I just wanted to get some coffee. Ino nodded and got up from the chair. I'll get it for you, but Sakura, please be nicer to Naruto. It'll do you and him some good. Sakura looked down and complained, I know. Hinata said, thank you for helping me, Naruto, as she looked over her shoulder. Ms. Lang still isn't doing too well. With a smile, Naruto told her, it's no problem. His eyes returned to the papers arranged on the glass table. I should be done with this month's numbers, he said. You're a very nice person, Hinata. She has her ways, but she's a kind woman. I just feel so bad for her, but I should have asked you before I offered to go over her finances. He glanced at her and said, it's okay. That means I get my hourly wage, right? Despite the fact that she was dressed simply in a white shirt and pink shorts, Naruto was enthralled by her beauty. His cheeks burned just staring at her, and each time he looked away, his gaze kept returning to her. He found himself drawn to her for some reason. She looked back and fixed her gaze on Naruto, who had his head down. She eventually turned back to concentrate on cleaning the remaining dishes. Naruto caught a glimpse of her and, without realizing it, smiled when he saw her lift her arm to her face before plunging it back into the water and repeating the action. Hinata, are you okay? He inquired in a playful manner. She muttered, I have an itch on my nose. He rose from the padded chair and walked waltzing toward her, humming. He grinned and said, I'll scratch it for ya. The air was heavy with the smell of cooked ramen, and when his stomach caught a whiff, it growled. He gave her adorable button nose a gentle scratch as she looked up at him. She smiled warmly and wiggled her nose a little on reflex. Thank you, Naruto. Your ramen should be done soon. As he returned to the table to complete the task, he said, You're quite welcome and I can't wait. I've been thinking about it all day when you texted me. She said, perhaps I could prepare you something other than ramen. He smiled and said, why don't you surprise me one day? I like surprises. She looked directly into his brilliant blue eyes and said, so do I. He grinned and flashed his flawless white teeth, saying, is that so? Then I'll be sure to remember that. Hinata quickly turned away from him as she felt her legs give way. Naruto was the only man who ever made her feel so good about herself, regardless of the other men she had ever dated or known. She didn't feel this way even with her most recent ex-boyfriend. She would not deny that she had a slight crush on Naruto, even though she knew it was wrong. A large bowl of ramen was set in front of Naruto, and his eyes glistened. He took a generous whiff of the steam rising from the bowl. Your payment. When Hinata heard him laugh, the pits of her stomach blazed, and her whole body turned a pale shade of red, causing her to feel ashamed. He looked at the cake she had set on the table and asked, where is yours? She said, I already had something to eat earlier, and sat down beside him. Naruto teased, if you ate already, why do you have a slice of cake in front of you? She pouted and said, because I need something sweet. You're already sweet enough, Hinata, Naruto said. I don't think you can get any sweeter. Naruto held his arm playfully as though it hurt after Hinata gave him a playful punch to the arm. That really hurt, Hinata. Don't you know your strength? Ha, ha, you'll be quite surprised to know what I can really do to you. She sighed. Naruto turned to face her and gave her a bicep squeeze. He grinned and said, I'll be fine. Itadakimasu. Naruto ate the ramen like a vacuum in a single motion. HMPH. She took the napkin out of its holder and dabbed at his cheeks' fluids. With ease, Naruto. With a nervous smile, he scratched the back of his head. Sorry. Hinata scowled and remarked, you remind me of my sister. She engulfs the entire noodles like that Kirby character. You're going to choke one day doing that. Naruto grinned broadly and snorted a laugh. I'll take my time, and I didn't know you had a sister. Hinata shook her head and remarked, I do, but you wouldn't think so by the way she carries herself. Oh really? Hinata sighed and remarked, she can act so boyish at times. She reached for her phone and flipped through the pictures so Naruto could see, saying, she's so adorable when she can be. Leaning over, Naruto examined the images that Hinata had swept past. Her name is Hanabi and she's 15, she told him. Naruto said, she's very adorable. Thank you. Her smile said it, we get it from our mother. Naruto pulled out his phone and showed her the lock screen, saying, when I was younger, people used to say I looked like my mother too. When Hinata saw the stunning red-haired woman holding down a blonde man who smiled anxiously as though he were about to receive a life-altering beating, her eyes glowed. She nodded and said, I can see it. She looks really beautiful. Dreamily, Naruto sighed. I was very protective of her, and apparently, I didn't like when my dad got too close to her, he said with a grin. Ka-san always said I used to come in between her and Tu-san when I was younger. She's perfect, Hinata remarked, praising the lock screen. He chuckled. Sometimes I wondered how Papa got so lucky, but when I think about them, I realized they complemented each other. Tu-san was quieter and more reserved, while Ka-san was the complete opposite, but they loved one another. Oh really? Did she try to beat up your dad in this picture? He nodded his head when Hinata noticed how his face brightened. Yeah, I remembered he ate her fried chicken and she jumped on him. Luckily, I was there to take the picture. As Naruto told her the story, she covered her mouth to keep from laughing. But truth be told, Tu-san could easily take over Ka-san. In all honesty, Hinata stated, I like her either way. He remarked, I know she would have liked you too, Hinata. Ka-san has this thing about her that pulls people in, as he concentrated on his mother's smile. Hinata's heart sank when she saw the sorrowful look in his eyes. Losing both her parents, especially at such a young age, was unthinkable to her. Placing her trembling hand on his shoulder, Hinata remarked, well, I'm sure they're proud of you. He nodded as his muscles relaxed. Mumbling, I would like to think so too. Sitting on the bar stool, Naruto observed Hinata cleaning the kitchen. She pushed him away when he offered to help clean and insisted that he sit on the stool instead. Hinata had an issue where she had to clean up after someone even after they had done it, not because she didn't want his assistance. When her ex-boyfriend wiped the counter, for instance, she would follow closely behind him because he didn't use the proper cleaning supplies or because it wasn't done a certain way. She behaved in the same manner toward her sister, cousin, father, and mother. When she did that, they used to be offended, but they eventually got used to it. Every time they needed assistance cleaning up a mess or organizing a particular area in their room, they would call her. Naruto just grinned when she told him that. It was best to leave them alone because his father was the same way. It was already 10 o'clock when he glanced at the oven's time. Sakura had mentioned that she was working overnight, so he was shocked that she hadn't texted him. His eyes grew wide as he jerked out his phone. He hadn't received any message alerts from his notification. Sakura. I'm at my job. Remember to eat something. Sakura. You ought to be leaving shortly. Sakura. Naruto. Sakura. Will you be staying late once more? Sakura. Really? At once, he typed. Naruto. I apologize. These were not visible to me. Naruto. I'm about to return home. Sakura. Honestly, are you still working? With hesitation, he answered. Naruto. In agreement. When I get home, I'll let you know. Sakura. Be careful when driving. With a sigh, he ran his fingers through his hair. He had to lie, but why? He had the option of telling her that he was at a friend's house and would return soon. He looked down at his phone after glancing at Hinata. For some strange reason, lying deeply troubled him. There was nothing wrong with him, was he? Unbelievably, being with Sakura was somewhat bearable when Hinata was by his side. He looked up again and saw her walk to the front door and open it. When someone knocked, he hadn't even heard. A man with shaggy brown hair entered the apartment grinning until he noticed Naruto seated at the island counter. The man with the brown hair said, "Ah, you have company, Hinata." She said, "Yes, this is my friend Naruto," and shut the door after him. "Naruto, this is Kiba," he said, her ex-boyfriend, and held out his hand to Naruto. Mumbling, "Yeah, ex-boyfriend," she said. Before shaking his hand, Naruto looked at him. Kiba gave it a firm squeeze, which caused Naruto to raise an eyebrow inquisitively. Kiba turned to Hinata as she took a box of cake out of the refrigerator and said, "So, this is your friend?" "Yup, I see," Kiba said, watching her for a moment before turning back to Naruto. He boasted to Naruto, "Even though we're no longer dating, we're still the best of best friends." Naruto uttered without concern. He turned to Hinata and said, "You're going to eat another slice of cake, Hinata?" She chuckled. "No, I'm just giving Kiba a cake I made for his mother." Kiba interrupted, glancing up and down at the man before noticing the gold band around his finger. "And if she wanted to eat another slice of cake that wouldn't be a problem," he said. "Hinata," whimpered Kiba, "you should wear something more decent when you have company over." She glanced at her attire before turning to face him. "I think it's decent." Kiba scowled at Naruto after saying, "Yeah, but not when your guest is married," while folding his arm. He barraged Naruto with inquiries, asking, "Nay, shouldn't you be home to your wife? How would your wife feel knowing you're here? Isn't it disrespectful to be here so late?" Hinata frowned and exclaimed, "Kiba, how do you know she isn't in the bathroom?" "She isn't," he said, glancing at Naruto's front door where the shoes had been. Before Naruto broke the intense stare, the two men looked down at each other. "The paperwork is in the folder on the coffee table, Hinata. I'll be on my way home." She nodded quickly, though she was a little disappointed. "I'll walk with you outside." When she said, "That's okay," Naruto interrupted her. Without even giving Kiba a chance to speak, he said, "I'll talk to you later. Have a good night," and left the house. "He's very rude," Kiba blew out. Hinata scowled and pressed the cake box against his chest. "No, you are. Did you really have to say something like that?" he asked. "I only do it because I care about you. He's married and here you are giving him a free show," Kiba grumbled. Kiba immediately felt bad about saying that, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. "Hinata, it's not. Out," she instructed. "Hinata, I said out, now." She stomped her foot and exclaimed, "I've told you countless times to choose your words carefully and you never listen." "I know, but..." Hinata approached her door and pulled it open. She glared at Kiba, pointing to the corridor outside, and the man lowered his shoulders as he left. When she slammed the door in his face, he spun around and jumped back. She lowered herself to her butt and clung to her legs. She wasn't exactly wearing anything skimpy. Stupid Kiba. ... Naruto was preparing to leave for work as the early morning broke. When he heard the door close, he glanced out of the bedroom. "I'm home," muttered Sakura. After adjusting his tie, Naruto approached Sakura in the foyer. When he was about to give her a hug, the corner of his mouth pulled up, and his smile turned into a frown. With anger in his voice, he questioned, "What happened to your face?" There was a new-looking hand imprint on the side of her cheek. "Sakura," he snarled when the woman failed to respond. Gently, he took her chin and twisted her head to the right so he could look at it. "Who?" She let out a sigh and dismissed him. "It's nothing to worry about." Naruto demanded, "Who?" "A patient's mother," she uttered while biting her lower lip. As Naruto's eyes grew wide, he angrily took her arm and strode to the front door. "Naruto!" And she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "To the hospital." "Did you report her?" "Did you?" "Baka!" exclaimed Sakura. "I'm fine." She wasn't in her right mind, and she quickly apologized. Naruto came to a halt and turned around. "She shouldn't have laid a finger on you. Don't you have security guards there? Did you report it, her?" Sakura said softly, "Her son died this morning, Naruto. She was grieving so I let it be." "It's okay," he muttered as he let go of her arm. "I'm sorry. I'm going to take a shower then go to bed. Would you like something to eat? I can make you something quick," he said. Then she complained, "No. I'm fine," he said. "Okay," and leaned in to kiss her. "Get some rest." "Okay. I will," she remarked while massaging her arm. When Naruto saw how restless she appeared, he inquired, "What's the matter?" While whispering to herself, "I'm kind of in the mood to, you know," she said. "I don't have much time, but I'll make it up tonight." "You're off, right?" She gave a nod. He walked up to her and kissed her forehead. "Tonight, it is then." "Ah, I'll be home a little late." "How late?" "I'll be home by 8 or 9. She lowered her head and chewed on her lower lip. "Okay, drive safely." "Thank you." Naruto glanced at her once and then walked away. It was quiet and dark outside. With two people providing warmth, the occasional chilly breeze would blow through the cracked windows, but it didn't bother them. Hinata bowed her head and said, "I wanted to apologize for the other night, Naruto. Kiba can be stupid at times, but he isn't usually this bad." "It's okay, Hinata. I didn't take anything to heart." "No, it isn't. He said those things. They weren't nice and I hate when he gets jealous for no reason," Hinata said, crossing her arms. Naruto reassured her, "It's fine. Besides, I thought every girl wants a jealous boyfriend." Naruto sighed as she continued to frown, saying, "That's fine, but not when you're overly possessive. You remind me of a coworker. She always has the worst luck with men." He laughed. Leaning in her direction, he said, "Don't be mad." He gently pinched her soft skin and yelled, "Hinata." To prevent the butterflies from running amok, Hinata put her arms around her abdomen. She was relieved that he hadn't switched on their car lights to stare at her, even though she knew the tips of her ears were as red as her face. With a loud, HMPH, she exclaimed, "I'm still mad because he said something hurtful to me. I'm never going to speak to him ever again. Do you want me to beat him up for you?" "Yes," she replied as she turned to look at him. Naruto leaned back and laughed in surprise. "I was not expecting that. You're something else, Hinata. He deserves it." He turned to her and said, "Ah. Don't be a big baby, you'll be fine. You're going to graduate soon, huh?" "Yes," she smiled, "graduation is just around the corner. I can't wait." With his hand covering his stomach, Naruto gazed up at the car's ceiling. "Besides opening the shop, how far are you looking to take your degree once you graduate?" replied the man. Hinata turned to face him and said, "My culinary teacher told us about an opportunity to study abroad with some of the finest chefs in Paris. One of us will have the opportunity to go to Paris." "Wow," exhaled Naruto. "That sounds so far away, yet exciting at the same time." She clasped her hands together and said, "It is. I've heard so many nice things about Paris. Everything sounds so romantic when I hear the stories." As Hinata recounted the tales she had heard from her teacher and other people, Naruto paid close attention. He occasionally nodded while closing his eyes. Her soft voice made his heart tremble, and when she stopped talking, he was at a loss. The moment he opened his eyes and looked at her, their gazes met. His face lit up with a smile, and he asked her, "What's wrong? You have something you want to say?" "No," she exclaimed, averting her gaze from his. He grinned and hummed, "Are you lying to me, Hinata?" "I'm not," she managed to squeak out. "I think you are," laughed Naruto. "Why aren't you looking at me anymore then?" "It's just," she muttered as she fumbled with the strap of her backpack. "Cousin gave me some tickets to a symphony, and I just wanted to know if you would like to accompany me," she said in a quiet but shy voice. He smiled and said, "Symphony? You know, I've never been to one." Hinata's eyes widened as she turned to face him in response. "Are you serious? You've never been to one?" "Nope. It always sounded boring to me, but I'll give it a try." Hinata was so happy to hear this that she started talking about the various instruments and the music the orchestra would be playing. Even in the dark, Naruto's heart pounded uncontrollably when he saw her face light up. Two friends going together wouldn't be an issue, would it? In addition to that, when she had the guts to ask, how could he refuse? "I even played the cello." The question was, "You played that big thing?" Naruto was shocked. "It's not that big and yes I did. It sounds so creamy, dark, and rich," she shrieked. "Oh wow, so, when is it?" Unaware that she was sticking out her lower lip, Hinata said, "Tomorrow at 8. "That isn't late notice, right? I may have to charge you a fee," Naruto said, bending toward her. Hinata stared at his endearing smile, swallowing the lump in her throat. She leaned in until she was only an index finger away from him. "No more ramen." "Who said I wanted ramen this time?" They both lost control of their hearts, and Hinata felt a chill run down her spine. She thought she might burst into a million pieces because they were so close. "A ham sandwich." As if insulting his ear, Naruto asked, "A ham sandwich?" She grinned. "Without cheese." He put his hands over his face and leaned back in the chair, asking, "Without the cheese?" "This world is so cruel," Hinata said, "You're so dramatic," and he withdrew his hand from his face. A brief zap occurred between them as soon as she did, but Hinata refused to release his hand this time. Naruto was unable to let go of her hand because it was so tender and lovely. He stared at it and muttered, "Why are your hands so soft?" With a nervous giggle, she said, "Hand lotion." Every time Naruto touched her hand with his thumb, Hinata felt a zap throughout her body. He locked their hands together as she nervously entwined her fingers with his. He drew back his hand and let go, laughing. "It's getting late. I'll walk you upstairs, okay?" she exclaimed. "Why, yes, thank you," as she hurried out of the car, leaving her school bag behind. Naruto sighing deeply, he wiped his face with his hands as she shut the door. He sighed again and snatched her school bag, asking, "What am I doing? This had to end. ... This is not what married couples do." Naruto was lying in bed, fully awake. He was still unable to fall asleep at 2 in the morning. Hinata was haunting his thoughts. Her appearance, her feelings, how he felt about her. He never gave Sakura a second thought. It was all Hinata, Hinata, Hinata. He had many female friends, but he had never, messed with any of them the way he did with Hinata. He really liked having her around. In a sense, the foolish boy was correct. He ought to have realized that it was too late to be near Hinata's house, to observe her, to think of her in this way. Even in the car now, he came very, very close to kissing her. He wanted to do it and his mind kept telling him to, but how could he possibly carry out such a task? If Hinata was aware of half the ideas, he gave a headshake. Being in this predicament was horrible because he should never, ever enjoy the company of a woman who was not his wife. It would be cheating to even consider half of what he did or said to Hinata, wouldn't it? Even though Sakura didn't portray him as a cheater, could he disregard his behavior? His mind. How could he possibly be worthless? How could he possibly have a hard-on during all of this chaos? Fuck, he muttered. He squeezed his eyes closed and tried to think of something else, but it finally stopped. He assumed that the night he had sex with Sakura and thought about Hinata would be the last time, but it wasn't. Hinata would sneak into his dreams and taunt him from a mental vault. Sometimes they would sit in his car and talk about anything, or she would sit with him in an empty park. At other times, they will simply watch the ducks swim in the pond in silence, but occasionally she will touch him and comfort him. He couldn't be who Sakura claimed he was. He simply was unable to. Perhaps cutting Hinata off or gradually severing their friendship would have been the best course of action to preserve his marriage and himself. But the mere thought of that depressed and saddened him. She made his life meaningful. If she weren't in it, what would happen? Then it struck him. If she knew half the things he had been considering about her, how would she respond? Naruto googled. I'm married, but I'm thinking about another woman after grabbing the cell phone off the nightstand. After reading through all of the articles, he found that they all had one thing to say. He is acting improperly. He shouldn't have been spending time with another woman and experiencing these romantic feelings. He would never harm Sakura in any way. It's not possible, but Hinata. He let out a deep sigh. It was him, not Hinata. He had to be serious about this because he hated himself for thinking that. He had to gradually withdraw from Hinata's life. I'll do it after the symphony. Sakura pushed back against him as he rolled onto his side and put his arms around her. Had a shower. Verify. Put on underwear and a bra that match. Verify. Deodorant. Verify. A makeup-free face. Verify. Gloss for the lips. Verify. A lovely ensemble was ready. Verify. Hairstyled. Verify. And finally, a dab of light perfume. Verify. Hinata took a step back and examined her reflection in the mirror. She twirled quickly as a faint smile appeared on her face. As her mother used to say, beautiful as ever, even though she was aware that this was not a date, she still wanted to look her best just to be around Naruto. She sat on the edge of her bed as a sudden smile vanished from her face. She asked herself, Hinata, what are you doing? Why are you parading yourself around a married man? What if his wife thinks we're doing something and confronts me? Staring at the ceiling, she collapsed back on her bed. She was still considering Naruto and the potential harm he might do to her. Would he take her hands once more? Make contact with her, with those brilliant eyes, gaze at her? She secretly thought Naruto must be attracted to her, but how could she tell him to stop or reject him? However, it was acceptable if they were doing nothing, right? Their friendship was unwavering. She reached for the pillow and gripped it. She always imagined Naruto lying next to her at night, stroking her skin with his fingers until she had to urinate. She would visualize him coming up to her at work, just as he had when they first met. Her dreams would vanish the moment she discovered he was married. Hinata leapt from the bed when the door was knocked on. She rushed over to the mirror and combed through her disheveled hair. She smiled after giving the mirror one more glance. It's going to be okay. We're not doing anything wrong. Her smile widened as she opened the door and saw Naruto standing there. She shivered with excitement as his blue eyes moved from her head to her recently painted toes. He grinned and remarked, "You look very lovely tonight." When he said those words, Hinata nodded and her legs nearly shook. "Thank you. Are you ready?" She turned around and said, Yes. I'll just get my purse," in response. Her shoes snagged on the rug as she was doing so, nearly causing her to collapse on her face before Naruto intervened. When Hinata felt his powerful arm encircling her small waist, she gasped. "You can be so clumsy, Hinata," he said as he lifted her erect. "Be careful." She said, "Yes, thank you," and hurried to the bedroom. Above, in a private booth, Hinata continued to glance sidelong at Naruto. The show had been on for an hour and a half, and she was unable to take her eyes off of it. The symphony and Naruto were the two things that excited her. Before the violin's sound faded away, it continued to reverberate in the atmosphere. Then came the flutes, then the bassists. She didn't want to say anything that would distract him, but she was curious to know how he was enjoying it. Naruto turned to face her and remarked, "Hinata, you keep looking at me like you're expecting me to run off. Aren't you enjoying the show?" "No, I just wanted to know if you were enjoying yourself so far. I know it isn't anything exciting." "I'm enjoying myself," Naruto answered. "Are you?" She replied, "I am," as she pressed her index fingers together. "Thank you for joining me, Naruto." Naruto retorted, "It can be difficult to refuse such a face at times. Besides, I like being around you." Everything fell silent as he said those words, and then everyone got up and started clapping. They were the only two still sitting, and they looked longingly into each other's eyes. "Since you took me here, I'll take you out for dinner." Naruto's confession was still on Hinata's mind. He enjoyed her company. It was thrilling to learn that she had done something embarrassing. Leaning over her chair, she gave him a firm embrace. When he hugged her back and laughed in her ear, her heart melted. "Hinata, you're something else." Whispering, "I'm just happy you're happy," she said. As though his life depended on it, Naruto held on to the girl while remaining silent. His mind was racing with images of Hinata, and his heart was pounding uncontrollably. They were more of an appreciation for her and how he could make her happy than anything sexual, but he knew that this had to end. Hinata withdrew from Naruto as he slowly relaxed his hold. She was taken aback by her abrupt behavior, but Naruto appeared unconcerned as he grinned. "Thank you," he said in a whisper. He got up from the red chair and cleared his throat. Holding out his hand, he asked, "Dinner?" After giving it a quick look, Hinata put her hand in his. "Yes, please." Just outside Hinata's front door, the two were locked in an embrace. From the symphony that became a customary routine, this had been going on. They would embrace each other if Naruto picked her up from the campus grounds, and they would do the same when he dropped Hinata off, as though their lives depended on it. When they parted, they always yearned for more because there was something about the close embrace that neither of them wanted to end. When Hinata drew her head back, Naruto was still holding her in his arms. When she closed and then opened her long eyelashes, they curled. "Hinata, have you ever been to an internet cafe?" "No, I haven't. I have to go back to the office, but we can go tonight when I get off," he said. "We can do that." Before Naruto released her, they gave each other another hug. "I'll let you know when I'm 15 minutes away, okay?" She rested her head against his firm pecs and nodded her head eagerly. He rocked back and forth with her while his arms slithered around her waist. "You're going to cause me to be late for work, Hinata," he murmured. She murmured, "I don't want you to leave just yet." Hinata laughed, and a vibration came from his chest. "You're going to see me in the next 4 hours." Reluctantly, she dropped her head and let go. "Fine." Before saying goodbye, Naruto ruffled her head. "Sometimes it's impossible to go back." Naruto drove silently for a long time to Hinata's apartment building. In a sense, he felt as though he was being cunning because his thoughts were on Sakura. He did tell her he was going to the internet cafe when she called him at work, but he did not specify who he was going with. Though he tried, he was unable to stop talking or texting Hinata. He couldn't help but look at the picture because she had been so excited to show him a dish she made in culinary class. She was wearing such a joyful expression. He walked slowly to the apartment's elevators and knocked on the door. A woman who was not Hinata appeared before him as the door creaked open. "Hello." "Oh, good evening," bowed Naruto. "Is Hinata home?" The woman, who appeared to be Hinata, nodded and moved aside. She grinned and said, "She is. Come on in." After removing his shoes, Naruto went into the apartment. She introduced herself as Hikari, Hinata's mother. Naruto bowed and grinned broadly. "My name is Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Hyuga." "Say, call me Hikari," she said. She yelled, "Hina-chan, a very handsome fellow is here for you." The woman turned to smile at Naruto, and he blushed. "Come on and sit down," she said, guiding him to the living room while putting her arm around his. "Hina-chan," she sang. Naruto sat down next to the woman, feeling anxious. "Would you like some tea? Water? Cinnamon rolls?" You know my little Hina-chan makes the best pastries out of this world, Hikari exclaimed. I'll get you some. Naruto responded. No, it's okay, Hinata makes sure to give me some every time I visit her. With pride, Hikari remarked, that's my little Hina-chan. She's so kind and adorable, are you a friend of hers? Ka-san, Hinata said sulkily. Don't harass my friend. Naruto looked over his shoulder and blushed as soon as he saw Hinata coming their way. She looked stunning even though she was only wearing a long white sleeve shirt and basic jeans. Hikari crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks. I was just asking, what do you do for a living, Naru-chan? Ka-san, you just can't go around giving my friends nicknames, Hinata sobbed as she sat down on the accent chair across from them. Why not? He's very cute. Hikari squeezed Naruto's cheeks in response. I'm fine. Naruto laughed and remarked, I work in marketing. Oh, Hikari released his cheek and remarked, I told Hinata that her father and I are willing to buy her own shop, but she refuses to do so. You're the young man who's been helping my little Hinata with that bakery, he said. Because I like the shop I'm at and I think I'll make it better. Hinata sighed. You will, I'm sure, but still. Papa-chan and I are here to assist you. I understand. Hinata's lips formed a slight pout as she said, I know, but sometimes I want to do things by myself. I know you do, and we're very proud of what you're doing. Naruto has been assisting me, and as a result, sales increased dramatically over the past winter. Hinata cried out. I took no action. Naruto remarked, I just offered a few recommendations anyone would find useful. Don't sell yourself short, Naru-chan, Hikari advised him. You did a job, and you did well at it, and it helped Hinata out. You know, it nearly brought him to tears to hear that from Hikari. First, the name, something his mother always called him, and then her calming tone, something Naruto hadn't heard in a while. Not the calming tone Hinata gave off, but this one was motherly, and while he hadn't realized it, he missed his mother. He grinned and said, thank you. What plans do you two have? If it isn't a date, Hikari said, glancing between the two. Naruto is married, Kasen. Hinata scowled. She looked down at his fingers and said, oh, he is. Then she noticed a gold band around one of them. How long have you been married, Naruto? It's been around 3 years. My spouse works at Konoha Hospital as a nurse. You look so young, I must say. What is your age? Naruto answered, this year, I'll turn 25. Wow, you're so young. You keep my daughter safe, okay, Naru-chan. She repeated. Yes, ma'am, Naruto said as he assisted her in standing up. You're really adorable. Hikari turned to Hinata and said, come give your mom a hug, Hina-chan. Hinata gave the woman a hug and said, Ka-san, I love you. The woman kissed Hinata's forehead and said, I love you too. Have fun, tonight. Naru-chan, it was a pleasure to meet you. I hope we'll have the opportunity to meet again. Mrs. Hyuga, it was a pleasure to meet you as well. Please get home safely and take care, Naruto said. She said, such a sweet boy, and walked out of the apartment. Ka-san has always been like that, but she's nice and cares a lot, Hinata said, massaging her arm. It's not a problem, Hina-chan, Naruto grinned. That's not funny, Naruto. Hinata said, her face flushed, and she began chasing him around the couch. As Hinata attempted to pursue him, Naruto chuckled, saying, Hina-chan, I did track in high school. I'll never be caught. As he halted a few meters from her, Naruto smiled and said, I did offer to take you to the gym with me. The girl stopped abruptly and began to pant heavily. Oh, I see. Unexpectedly, she attempted to follow him once more but staggered forward, and Naruto caught her in time before he lost his balance and fell back onto the sofa, causing Hinata to crash on top of him. He looked so innocent and seductive when viewed from below. Hinata, he exhaled, you're crushing me, even though I know I can't have kids. What? Hinata looked down and noticed her knee was pressed down on his crotch. She quickly scattered to her and bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry, I apologize. With a painful wince, Naruto stopped her with a raised hand and said, it's okay, before getting up from the couch and saying, let's go. Hinata, who had never been to an internet cafe, gazed at the various individuals entering the cafe, including high school students, young adults, and older adults dressed in business suits. She wondered what the internet cafe was all about. Naruto led her down the rows of computers that were lined up with various people after she stood behind him while he spoke to the cashier. Oi, oi, fool, don't do that. Baka, baka, baka. When Hinata heard the young man curse at the computer, she nearly burst out laughing. She sat down beside Naruto and said, "What are we going to do here, Naruto? When I was younger, I would come here with my friends and just chill and play online games. I figured we could play MMORPG games together. I've never really played video games before, but I'm willing to give it a try." Naruto shook his head in surprise. Wow, Hinata. You don't know what you're missing, so it's a good thing I'm here, huh? Leaning over to see what he was typing, she grinned. He exclaimed, his eyes wide, "I wonder if my account is still active." "It is? Amen. I thought they would have deleted everything." He laughed. When Hinata checked his account, she saw a girl avatar wearing a purple Lolita dress. When Naruto saw the suspicious expression she gave him, he chuckled uneasily. He said, "Don't look at me like that," with embarrassment. "Playing as a girl is way better and I get free things." "Oh wow, Naruto," exclaimed Hinata. "I would have never expected for you to do such a thing." As soon as he realized she was making fun of him, he glared. "HMPH, why don't we do this? It's a nice game and you'll get to meet multiple people and we can play as a party." She said, "Okay," and returned to her workstation. "But what if I don't like it? Then we can always do something we'll both enjoy," says Naruto. As she dressed up her avatar, Hinata remarked, "Well, okay. I believe I'll create a male character." "Oh, are you sure?" She laughed as she said, "Yeah. This way I can give you free things." Naruto's lips protruded. "I was just a teenager back then." "Yeah, sure," smiled Hinata. "Can you show me what I'm supposed to do?" Naruto scooted closer to her and complied, explaining the controls, the game's goal, and how they operated. He would like Hinata's company for the moment, but he didn't think she would stay here for an hour. 1:30 a.m. "If we can beat the red-headed dragon, then we'll win the gemstone needed to summon the mighty beast Madden," Hinata stated to Naruto. She was trying to beat the herd of creatures with her tongue slightly protruding and her eyes fixed on the bright computer screen. "Naruto, you take my right side and I'll take the left side." Naruto said, "Yes ma'am," and shifted his avatar to the right. Hinata slammed her fingers into the keyboard and exclaimed, "Good. We'll win this and then we can go home." Naruto chuckled and said, "You said that 5 hours ago, don't you have work tomorrow?" "Afternoon time," Hinata said, frantically hitting the enter key. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" she asked. Naruto looked at her and said, "Me? Never. I just don't want you to be late for work. It's only 1:30 in the morning. I'll be perfectly fine since I'm only going to do half a shift." "Fine, but you better not blame me, or I may just have to betray you and take away all of your items," Naruto replied. Hinata glared at him and exclaimed, "You wouldn't. After everything we've been through, you're going to betray me?" Naruto gave her a pat on the top of her head while laughing. He grinned, "I might. HMPH, let's finish this up." 2:30 a.m. Naruto sat down next to Hinata and set a frozen drink in front of her. "You were able to summon Madden after 10 tries. Now what?" asked the man. As she sipped the frozen beverage, Hinata remarked, "Now we finish the water quest and then we'll be done." "Oh, that's nice," she uttered, trembling. She looked at Naruto after glancing at the blue drink. "Did you get something for you to drink?" Naruto said, "I had a Coke," and resumed playing the game. With her eyes fixed on the screen, Hinata handed him the frozen slushie and asked, "Would you like to try some?" He picked up the drink, took a sip, and returned it to Hinata. "That is good," he said, his taste buds glimmering. "I should get me one." After taking another sip, she declared, "It's really good." Murmuring, "I should have gotten a pizza," Naruto said. Hinata said, "Eat this," and took a cinnamon roll out of her bag. Quote, question mark quote. Naruto questioned in shock, "You had a cinnamon roll just tucked away in your bag this entire time?" Yes. Do you usually carry cinnamon rolls around in your bag?" Naruto laughed into his hands as the girl remained silent. "Hinata, what the hell?" She whimpered. "What?" Still laughing, he asked, "Do you have an addiction to cinnamon rolls or something?" Naruto's laughter did nothing to stop her face from getting redder by the second. When Naruto saw that she was flushed, he gave her a cheeky smile. He took the wrapped cinnamon roll and remarked, "I suppose you can say the same for my ramen addiction." "Thank you." Hinata turned her head after observing him bite into the roll. Water quest, Naruto. Hi, I'm coming now. 3:30 a.m. The two, more accurately, Naruto ejected Hinata, left the 24-hour cafe. The girl pouted because she wanted to keep playing their side missions and wasn't tired. He shook his head after tossing her over her shoulder. Naruto strode over to his car and declared, "A gamer addiction is where I cross the line, but a cinnamon roll addiction is almost okay." He murmured, "Now I understand what Ka-san meant. But Naruto, we were almost close. I know we were Hinata, and we can come back to play another day," he replied. "We just needed 5 more minutes, and," he retorted, "you said that an hour ago." "No more. But I'm not even sleepy." He opened the car door and said, "Neither am I, but no." He put her in the car and said, "It is almost 4 in the morning, and you have work later on." But, he said, "You'll be fine," and shut the door. With her hands on the car window, Hinata observed the building's increasing distance. She leaned back, crossed her arms, and then pouted. "I'm not even sleepy. I'll give you 5 minutes before you fall asleep," Naruto said as he switched on the air conditioner. "How do you know? When you wake up this afternoon, then you'll know," he replied. Neon flashes illuminated the buildings they passed in this vibrant area of Konoha. Having never seen this area of Konoha before, Hinata gazed in wonder. As they drove past the innumerable people, everything appeared to be lively. Her eyes eventually battled to remain open, but they prevailed, and she quickly fell asleep. Emotional infidelity, or simply being dishonest. Gazing at the papers strewn across his desk, Naruto held his head. He arrived home at 7:45 a.m. last night, which was later than Sakura's arrival time. After assisting Hinata inside, he made the decision to take a quick nap on the couch before leaving for home with Hinata's consent. Fortunately, he woke up just in time to discover that he had slept in too late, and he hurried home before boot. When he pulled the blanket over his head, Sakura sneaked inside, and just when he thought he could sleep in, he was called in for work. He was starting to fear Hinata. Really, didn't get much sleep. Looking at the door, Naruto questioned, "What are you doing here, Shikamaru?" He responded, "I needed to see you," while displaying a bag of prepackaged egg sandwiches. With a smile, Naruto motioned for the man to take a seat across from him. "How are you doing?" "Tired." Naruto, seated next to him, chuckled and asked, "When haven't you ever been not tired?" He removed a wrapped egg sandwich from the bag and gave it to Naruto while setting it on top of the desk. "Thank you," he said with a smile as he opened the wrapped food. Looking at him, Shikamaru asked, "Anything new with you?" "Nothing really," Naruto remarked as he bit into the sandwich. When he saw the expression Shikamaru gave him, he arched an eyebrow. "What? Are you sure?" "I'm sure," asked Naruto doubtfully. Shikamaru said, "Gaara saw you." "Gaara saw me. He's in town. Why didn't he text me?" "It wasn't supposed to be a surprise, and he didn't arrive until early morning," Shikamaru said emphatically. "I take it that you and Sakura are separated now." Naruto tilted his head to the side and asked, "Separated? What do you mean?" Shikamaru was taken aback. "Gaara mentioned he saw you at the internet cafe with some girl thrown over your shoulder," he asked, observing Naruto's shocked expression, which caused him to cast suspicion on the man. "From that look, I take it you're not." Naruto stood up and went to the office windows, drawing the blinds. The man was acting strangely, and Shikamaru could tell something wasn't right. "What's going on?" He sat down and mumbled, "I was going to talk to you about it." Naruto finally sighed as Shikamaru stayed silent. "Promise me, what I tell you won't leave this room. Please." Shikamaru expressed his worry, saying, "A secret of yours hasn't left my lips yet. What have you gotten yourself into?" He didn't usually ask Naruto a lot of questions, but something seemed strange. Without Ino, Naruto wouldn't have been spotted with another woman, which was uncommon. None of Naruto's cousins sounded like the woman Gaara described, and he knew them all. He didn't want to make assumptions, but he couldn't resist asking, "Are you cheating on Sakura?" Shikamaru knew Naruto like the back of his hand, but he would never assume that Naruto would cheat because of his intense love for Sakura. Not that Naruto would be unfaithful to Sakura. There was only so much a person could handle, and the man was worried that Sakura's persistent accusations would mislead Naruto. He loved his wife so much that he would sacrifice everything to keep Sakura safe. Naruto's heart broke when he said those words. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? With a loud sigh, Naruto looked at Shikamaru for a moment before turning away. He muttered, I met this girl, she's very kind and sweet and I really like being around her. At first, she reminded me of you, just someone I could talk to about my problems, but, he sighed. I don't know Shikamaru, I enjoy being around her more than I enjoy being around Sakura. He had his eyes fixed on Shikamaru's. Being around her makes being around Sakura tolerable, but I can't stop myself from thinking about her all the time. He sighed. I've been questioning whether these actions and thoughts were considered cheating, but I can't deny it. I feel like I am. Shikamaru would never have thought Naruto would say such a thing, and his face was taken by surprise. For once, he hoped his thoughts were wrong, but apparently he was right. His thoughts were interrupted by Naruto's laughter. I haven't kissed her or anything like that. We just mostly talk and hug, that's it. Do you still love Sakura? I do. Does this person know you're married? She does. Naruto, scowled Shikamaru. As Shikamaru reprimanded him, Naruto felt himself shrinking. I know you know better than this. He coughed and said, although you're not intimate. You're having an emotional affair with this woman. He knew he was correct, but he didn't want to hear that from Shikamaru. You can't have both sides. Either you separate from Sakura or this woman. When Shikamaru presented Naruto with his options, his heart tightened. In his conversation with the man, he had used the terms separate and divorce, but why did those terms sound so alien to him now that the offer had been made? The mere thought of abandoning Sakura was heartbreaking. Shikamaru observed his chest rising and falling erratically and watched him with concern. Naruto. Despite the pain, he smiled. Taking a sip of water, he said, yeah, I know, he said in a whisper. And I don't want you to think she's coming on to me. She's very supportive and encourages my relationship with Sakura. It's me who is the scum. That may be, and I don't mean to scare you, but if you're not willing to let go of Sakura, please end this friendship with that girl, whoever she may be. It'll save your marriage and your reputation. I don't want Sakura to feel she was right all along, Shikamaru said. I won't put the entire blame on you as I understand your situation and what may have driven you to do it, but it needs to stop. I will, he stuttered. He wouldn't, Shikamaru already knew. He had no idea how long this friendship had lasted, but he was aware that his friend had fallen into a trap from which he was unable to climb. Shikamaru knew Naruto would not let her go now that he had finally found someone who was the complete opposite of Sakura in every way, someone who must be very caring. Naruto yawned loudly and covered his mouth before rubbing his eyes. He gazed at the plate of food in front of him before moving his gaze to the plate across from it. It was a straightforward Japanese meal consisting of rice, fish, and a few side dishes. One could argue that it was hurriedly and carelessly prepared, and it didn't look appealing at all. He was too exhausted from today's conversation to devote his energy to something so trivial. Sakura texted him to inform him that her parents wanted to host an apology dinner for their treatment of him following their conversation with Shikamaru. Thus, he was questioning the whole situation. He questioned what Mebuki had installed because she never apologizes. Shaking her head at her husband, Sakura asked, how long did you stay at the internet cafe? You have some terrible eye bags. With a thinning eyebrow, Mebuki asked, internet cafe. Aren't you a little old to be going to an internet cafe? Sakura glared at her and said, Mama, warning her. Mebuki cleared her throat and sat up straight. Naruto, I wanted to apologize for what took place that time during brunch. It was wrong for me to bring up something so sensitive during our family meal. Sakura nodded and grinned before turning to face her father. He nodded and cleared his throat as well. Yes, we would like to apologize. Mebuki continued, but you must understand our concerns, and Sakura's smile vanished. Sakura is our only daughter and it's devastating to know she may never get to experience being a real mother, and with her being our only child means she is the last lineage of her father and me. You do understand that, right? Mama, Sakura muttered as she closed her eyes. Mebuki interrupted, saying, I'm just speaking from the heart, Sakura. Adopting a child isn't the same as carrying one. They don't have your DNA, and I am truly against it if you have adoption in mind. Maybe we can find Sakura a sperm donor, that way the Haruno's name could carry on. Nobody has to know it isn't your child, and I'm sure we'll be able to find a sperm donor with your features, she stated, sounding dissatisfied when mentioning his characteristics. She put her hand on Naruto's and stated, at this time, Naruto has made the decision not to adopt, and we haven't talked about finding a sperm donor. Naruto had thoughts about the same thing, so hearing them say that wasn't a stomach-turner. The Namikaze Uzumaki lineage would cease if he passed away because no one would be left to bear his name. He was gradually coming to terms with the fact that he would not have children, though it was still a raw wound. He didn't want to acknowledge it, but Mebuyuki was correct, adoption was also beneficial. The lineage would end with Sakura because she was the only child. It was unfair. He was unable to have children, but that didn't stop Sakura from continuing her family's tradition. He nodded and forced a smile. When he concurred with her, their eyes widened. You're right, Mebuyuki. Kazashi nearly stood up to check if the end of the world was near. Although I do not agree with your stance about adoption, carrying on the lineage is important, so seeking a sperm donor that carries my features would be the right thing to do. But right now, Sakura and I have a lot of things to work on before we consider it. Mebuyuki was surprised. Work on? What is there to work on? You're married to our daughter. Mama, please. Mebuyuki looked at Sakura and asked, is there something going on in your relationship that I do not know? What goes on in our relationship shouldn't concern you all the time, said Naruto. But it does. Sakura is my only child and I want what's best for her. Mama, sighed Sakura, it's nothing. There are just some things we need to work on. Outraged, Mebuyuki retorted, there's nothing wrong with you, Sakura. If anything, it's that husband of yours. Kazashi grabbed her hand and said, Mebuyuki, please relax or you'll trigger your blood pressure. Mebuyuki glared at the boy and said, how can you tell me to relax when this boy is speaking ill of our daughter? Naruto shook his head and let out a sigh. He should have grown accustomed to her anger and hatred toward him after going through this for years. She kept berating him while he ate the rice in silence. From the moment Sakura was born, we gave her everything she rightfully deserved. We took her to the best schools, dance, music, arts, you name it. Do you know how many girls are dying to have the brains and beauty my daughter has, huh? I know my daughter. She's a hard-working woman who's going to be successful unlike you, and your marketing degree and infertility issues. He kept eating despite the pain. Sakura reminded her, Mama, this was supposed to be a nice dinner for apologizing. I did my apologies, but I will not sit around and listen as he speaks ill of you. I just said we needed to work on things, Naruto said, wiping the white napkin across his mouth. I didn't speak ill of her. Mebuyuki was furious. Because of you, we didn't speak to Sakura for almost 2 years. I was against this engagement and marriage, and I knew you would be trouble for my sweet girl. You do not deserve Sakura. Naruto sipped the wine and remarked, it was your choice not to speak to Sakura during those 2 years. You marry this boy out of all the men to marry. Mebuyuki yelled, slamming her hand against the table. He is disrespectful and ungrateful. After everything we did to make sure he had a job to support you and made sure you had the perfect wedding. I was against it, and I still am. With the napkin spread out on the table, Naruto remarked, you only talk to me in this manner because my mother isn't here to correct you. Maybe if your mother was alive, you wouldn't have turned out like this. Mebuyuki, Mama, exclaimed Kazashi. Sakura, maybe so, Naruto remarked as he finished the remaining wine. He wasn't expecting anything new, and he already knew that this so-called apology dinner would not be fruitful. Naruto would not flee, but he was already accustomed to this treatment. He decided to observe her from there. The satisfaction of seeing his back turn would not be given to her by him. Mebuyuki looked him over and down and sneered, who would ever want someone like you? Just look at you, you're a worthless man. Sakura, honey, aren't you going to eat dinner? He said, turning to Sakura and shrugging his enlarged shoulders. Naruto, I am so sorry, he concluded, sourly, it isn't your fault, just eat up so we can go home. Mebuyuki's shoulders began to shake violently, and she hurried out of the dinner in a rage. Kazashi glanced back and forth before walking away silently. Sakura let the tears fall on the table and said, Naruto, I'm sorry. Squeezing her eyes shut, she said, I thought this would be a good dinner and, I'm sorry. She was thrilled to learn that her parents wanted to express regret for her actions, particularly her mother. She secretly hoped that they would finally get along over a wonderful dinner. Naruto said, I'm used to it, with a shrug. He pulled out his phone and handed her a napkin. Sakura wiped away her tears and stood up. I'm going to speak to mother. Maybe she'll apologize. Murmuring, don't hold your breath, Naruto said. He got up and left Sakura behind, saying, I'll be in the car waiting for you. She was unable to dismiss the way her shoulders drooped forward. Naruto was unique, and her thoughts were solely focused on what Ino had said. As he gazed down at the tub's base, the water trickled down his nude body. His face was streaming with a mixture of water and salty tears. His eyes stung like hell and were red. Every word that was hurled at him this evening was a real stomach-turner, even though he knew he could talk all he wanted. No children, no family, only a boy. Mom has passed away. Not worth it. Words of skepticism suddenly hung in the air. Who would desire him? He had no value. Perhaps everything he believed he was doing correctly wasn't. Perhaps Mebuki was correct. Hell, Sakura's accusations were already correct. Sakura knocked on the door of the bathroom and said, "Naruto, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Mama is a little upset, so she isn't speaking to me right now." "You know she didn't mean it, right?" Sakura replied. After shutting off the water, he asked, "Are you trying to convince me or yourself?" "No, it's just, don't take the things she said to heart. You know how she can get," Sakura murmured. Sakura's eyes brightened upon seeing her husband's body, and Naruto drew the shower curtain aside. Placing the towel around his waist, he grasped it. He muttered, "But how do you feel about it? Do you feel the same way she does?" Sakura rubbed her arm during the brief silence. Whispering, "No, not entirely," she said. "Maybe you can prove them wrong by going back to college for a better career path. Maybe you can join the nursing field like me and even become a doctor. Or you can be a police officer or something that brings more money to the table." "The job I do does bring money to the table, Sakura," Naruto shook his head. "I pay the house bills, I pay the car bills, I pay the bills. The only thing I let you worry about is saving and paying off your credit card bills. What more do you want? Is my job not enough? I know you pay the bills, but I was just giving an option to make mother like you more." With his arms raised in the air, Naruto questioned, "Why should my job be a factor? Why not the way I treat you? How I'm there for you?" She put her hand on Naruto's arm to soothe him and said, "I know, Naruto. I know." With a sigh, Naruto dropped his shoulders. He looked down as she nodded and said, "You want children, huh? Why don't we go by Ino's place? It's been a long time since we've all hang together," he offered. Sakura smiled and said, "Oh, you don't mind Sai being there?" Naruto said, "As long as he doesn't do that creepy thing," and left the restroom. Sakura laughed and trailed after him. "What creepy thing, Naruto?" With his arms crossed, he answered, "I'm not saying it. I don't see how Ino married a guy like that. She loves him. That's all that matters, right? To make up for what happened, why don't I give you a nice?" He said, "That's okay," and pulled up his boxers. "I'm not in the mood." Sakura faked a smile and said, "Oh, okay. I'll message Ino to see if she would like to go anywhere special." He thought about how to handle the fact that his time with Hinata would soon come to an end. Would he tell her that he didn't want to be friends with her anymore? Or what was going on inside of him? No, he was unable to express those emotions to her. He felt stuck at the moment and it was weighing heavily on his mind, but he didn't want to think about it right now. He sighed quietly so she wouldn't hear him, looking at the partially consumed pancake. As he shoved the rest of the pancake into his mouth, he grumbled, "Hinata, I've gained weight because of you and I'm not sure if it's muscle weight or not." Again, to keep his marriage intact, he would cut off their friendship after just one more instance. She shook her head and giggled. "Don't be too greedy, Naruto." Placing the plate on the glass table, Naruto remarked, "I noticed the business has been picking up the last few times I came to see you." "It has been, but Ms. Lang's health hasn't been doing well." Naruto said, "Oh no, what's going on?" Flipping through her schoolwork, Hinata stated, "Old age, and arthritis. She confessed she wants her legacy to continue once she dies. The shop is her only lineage." She looked up after noticing Naruto's sudden quietness and saw how dejected he appeared. "Naruto?" she asked, jabbing a pen at him. He watched her and asked, "Hinata, do you want children?" Her face lit up with anticipation, and she nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I do." He said softly, "How do you feel about a man not being able to give you what you want?" Hinata was aware of the direction this discussion was taking. "To be honest, I would be devastated because I really want to have children of my own. I already know not having children can sometimes end a relationship, but I choose not to look at it that way. With the new technology they have, there are plenty of treatment options to try. They have clinical trials, sperm donors, and even adoption. She was thoughtful. You wouldn't consider him any less of a man. What? No, Naruto, exclaimed Hinata, taking his hand in her own. With her eyebrows knitted, she questioned, is that what you think? If Sakura couldn't have any children, would you think of her any less of a woman? He was shaking his head. She pressed, so, why would you think that about you? He squeezed her hand and said, because Ms. Lang and Mebuki are right. Who's going to continue the lineage? Ms. Lang doesn't have any children, so the shop is her only lineage. Sakura's mother is right because she's the only child, so who will carry on their lineage? Oh Naruto, Hinata uttered in sorrow. As she crawled beside him, she said, I know I can't tell you not to be sad, but it isn't the end of the world. In due time, it'll be fine, she said, stroking his hand. With a feeble smile, he glanced at her. You're right, Hinata, there are different options out there. I'll be fine. She pouted, I don't believe you. I want to see a real smile from you. Naruto whimpered, maybe if I had some ramen then I'll be able to. You won't smile, even for me. Saying, ah, you're killing me, Naruto grinned. Happy. The woman answered, I am. I don't want you to feel like you're alone. You have me, okay. If you ever need anyone to speak to with, don't hesitate to call me. I know. Hinata put her arms around his neck and smiled broadly. She inadvertently whispered in his ear, I'll make you a packet noodle. As he drew her nearer until there was no space left between them, Naruto bit his lip. It's okay. The pancakes made me full. Are you sure? He closed his eyes, put his head on her shoulder, and nodded. Can we stay like this a little longer, please? Take as long as you need, Hinata said while massaging his shoulders. ... He was aware that what he was doing was unjust to their marriage. Hinata and Sakura weren't treated fairly. Then he meant it, just once more. No more Hinata. It had to stop, but he had no idea how he would do it. Sakura should be his top priority because she was his wife. He would be upset to learn that she was having an emotional affair with someone, and they had committed to each other. About 2 weeks had passed since Shikamaru had confronted him, and he had vowed to the man that he would break off their friendship. Despite his best efforts, it had been in vain. Hinata made everything better, which is why he was drawn to her. He let out a little sigh and glanced over his shoulder, nearly collapsing when he saw Hinata grinning at him. She walked slowly over to him and cocked her head. Hinata questioned, What's the matter, Naruto? He asked, Are you baking for an assembly? That's a lot of flour and sugar you're buying. Hanabi's school is having a bake sale so I'm just helping her out. She said, Thank you for coming with me. It's no problem at all, Naruto remarked while holding onto the trolley's bar. May I ask a question, Hinata? Sure. Don't you have a driver's license? Naruto observed as her full lips quickly formed a pout. Are you getting tired of me asking you for a ride? He smiled and said, No. I love being your chauffeur. I don't. Why? She hummed as she picked up the items she needed and walked down the aisle, Naruto trailing behind. Watching her figure sway left and right, he let out a silent sigh. She looked over her shoulder and replied, Driving scares me. Have you been in an accident before? She gave a headshake. She laughed uneasily and said, No, but every time Papa tries to teach me, I freeze up. I know I'm weird. In all honesty, Naruto said, I like weird people like you, Hinata. Hinata's cheeks gradually turned red as she hastily covered her face. The palms of her hands started to perspire and her heart started to beat more rapidly. Her phone rang abruptly. Hinata said, Hi Ka-san, as she picked up the phone. Naruto gave her a quick glance before averting his gaze. She turned to Naruto and grinned, saying, I'm at the grocery store shopping for some ingredients for Hanabi. He mouthed, Is everything okay? She listened to what her mother had to say, rocking back and forth on her heels while nodding. I'll come once I'm done with Naruto. He's helping me. Naruto's eyes glistened as he picked up a packet of ramen from the stand. A brand new flavor was available. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Hinata swiftly turned away from him as her face turned scarlet red. Ka-san, I don't think he wants, but no. That's awkward, she exhaled. When her mother yelled, she yanked the phone away from her ear and asked, Why are you like this? When Naruto heard his name being screamed, he looked around wildly. The sound was coming from Hinata's phone, so he quickly looked at it. Put me on speaker, yelled Hikari. Ka-san, no. Naruto, exclaimed Hikari. Naruto tried to hide his laughter by covering his mouth. Hinata was rendered speechless when he approached her and took the phone away. He replied, "Good evening, Ms. Hyuga." Though it didn't help, Hinata leapt to take the phone away from him. He was significantly taller than her. With a playful glance at Hinata, Naruto remarked, "Dinner sounds lovely, but I don't want to interrupt your family time." "I know, I understand. Okay, we'll be there." When Naruto returned her phone, she folded her arms and glared at him. He said naively, "The phone was for me." HMPH. She turned around on her heels and averted her gaze. Naruto pouted and gently pinched her ivory skin. "If you don't want me to come, then I won't." After saying, "It's not that," Hinata turned to look at him. She whispered, "My family, they're a little strange." "They can't be that strange." Naruto gazed at the mansion before him in complete disbelief. He glanced at the complex, then back at Hinata, then back at Hinata. "You used to live here?" Hinata muttered, "I come home from time to time. I should have mentioned this earlier, but my family is well off." He laughed and said, "I would think so, Hinata." When he saw how uneasy she appeared, he said, "What's the matter?" "It's okay if you don't want me to come. I can just drop you off and leave." Hinata said, "No, you're fine," and removed her seatbelt. "Naruto, you don't know anything about the Hyugas, huh?" In his own words, "I'm not the brightest crayon in the box," he asked, "Are your family multibillionaires?" His laughter gradually subsided when Hinata didn't answer. "Wow, that's pretty awesome. You're not going to treat me differently, right?" Of course not." Hinata nodded and folded her arms. "I trust you." His heart leapt when he heard that, but it soon faded when he realized he would soon be ending this friendship. Naruto's gaze circled the front entrance as Hinata rang the doorbell. The garden had just been trimmed, and with all the unusual and exotic flowers that obscured his vision, it smelled like a sanctuary. He could see a white table beside a bridge that loomed over a small pond in the distance. It looked like something from a romantic comedy, and he nearly burst out laughing. When he heard the door open, he turned around, but before he could do anything, he was embraced. He grinned down at the elderly woman and gave her a hug. "Good afternoon, Ms. Hyuga." When the woman gave him a hug, a frothy sensation settled in the pits of his stomach. He seemed to feel happy whenever his mother gave him a hug, and all of his muscles seemed to relax. "Ka-san," exclaimed Hinata, flushed, "you just can't go around hugging people." She released Naruto and grinned kindly, ignoring her daughter's tirade. "Now, Naru-chan, what did I tell you about calling me Ms. Hyuga? Hikari is much better." "Yes ma'am," he replied, grinning back. "Come inside. Dinner is ready," she said, stepping aside and opening the door wider. The front entrance was magnificent. A huge portrait of the Hyuga was plastered on the wall. He couldn't help but open his mouth because they were such a big family. "We're a pretty large family," Hinata remarked as she moved to stand next to him. All he could say was, "Wow." Hikari said, "Everyone's in the dining room," as she made her way to another area of the house. His heart leapt when he heard her say that. He didn't give it much thought, but now that he was here, the only thing on his mind was the negative thoughts. He was treated kindly by Hikari, but what about the others? He was treated like shit by the wealthy Haruno family. Would this situation be the same? He immediately regretted coming after his foot became stuck to the marble floor. He could only hear them making fun of him, their profession, his appearance, and his character. Hinata yelled, "Naruto," and touched his forearm. "Are you okay?" He was fairly certain Hinata heard him swallow. I'm fine." "Are you sure?" "I'm fine. I don't want to keep everyone waiting. Let's go." Fear. Oh no. He felt like throwing up now. The closer they got to the dining room, the more his heart pounded. They were conversing. What is it about? He was unable to distinguish. Most likely him. He swallowed the lump that lingered in his throat, wiped the palms of his hands on his pants, and inhaled deeply. He told himself, take a deep breath. And he could just get out if they attacked him. And he told himself that over and over. Everyone halted their conversation and looked at him as soon as he walked into the enormous dining room. They were seated at a long wooden table, numbering at least 15. "Hi everyone," a beaming Hinata said. With a small bow, Naruto said, "Thank you for having me." Hikari slipped up behind him and said, "You're always welcome, Naru-chan." Some of the family members giggled when he nearly jumped. Another fat ant questioned, "Is this Naru-chan? I've heard good things about you from my sister." He laughed uneasily and said, "I hope they were good things." She says you're helping Hinata with that bakery she works at. Hikari said, come sit down, Naru-chan, and led him over to 2 vacant seats. I heard the business is doing good now. I don't know why Hinata wants to waste all of her talents there. She can easily open up her own shop. I told her she can work for me. Have you tried her cinnamon buns? You know she bakes cakes. Suddenly, everyone was talking about how good Hinata was at baking, which calmed Naruto. Hinata gestured to the young girl seated across from them and said, oh, let me introduce you to my sister, Hanabi, this is Naruto. Naruto, this is Hanabi. Yosh, she smiled back, hello. When Hinata noticed her sister raising her phone, she yelled, Hanabi, don't you dare. Oops, Naruto's eyes widened as a white flash appeared. I slipped my finger. Did she simply snap a photo of me? Puzzled, Naruto asked. I apologized to Naruto, but Hanabi is obsessed with photographing strangers. As the girl attempted to take another photo, she gave her a stern look. It's art. It ought to be considered a crime. The 2 sisters argued back and forth, and as they were doing so, a younger man started talking to Naruto. Well, what do you do? Naruto dreaded that question, and when he turned to the side, his tongue went dry instantly. Naruto nearly shuddered as the young brunette gazed into his soul. His voice fell silent as he said, I'm a marketer. Hinata's gaze returned to Hanabi, who was taking another round of photos, and she said, oh Naruto, this is my cousin Neji. I'm going to break that phone of yours, she said. Hanabi mouthed, he's cute. Hinata drank a glass of water and rolled her eyes. All he could do was wait for them to tell him that his work was useless. Really? Neji folded his arms and remarked, that job is really tedious work. Creativity is key, something you're missing. Hanabi laughed. Do you refer to that as your small pastime? Neji looked at her and asked. It's art. An older man with the same eyes as Hinata, Hanabi, and Neji sat at the head of the table, and Naruto gradually relaxed until he sensed that someone was staring at him. He knew who it must be, and gulped. Her dad. Where are you employed? The question was posed by Hiyashi, the head of the household, whose voice would have made anyone fall to the ground. I work for a company called Cash. I understand. For what length of time have you been employed there? As he sipped his wine, Hiyashi asked. This year will be 4. It was difficult to accept that he was even answering without throwing up. Papa, you should have introduced yourself before bombarding my friend with questions, Hinata said with a scowl. You always do that. Hinata was the only member of the family who had her father completely enamored with her, whether she realized it or not. Hiyashi cheated on Hinata and gave in to all of her demands. In contrast to Hanabi, who was more like him, Hinata had adopted her mother's personality, even if she didn't believe it. Anyone would take advantage of them because they were very caring individuals who hardly ever saw the flaws in others. He nodded and grinned, saying, I apologize, princess. Tell me about your friend, please. I'm Naruto. He may act tough, but he's a softie, she said, leaning over Naruto and whispering, this is my father, Hiyashi. Where? Naruto wanted to scream. Because he didn't feel like a softie. Naru-chan is so adorable. Hikari said, I know you're probably busy with work and also helping Hinata out with the bakery. Rubbed the back of his head, he said, it's nothing really. It's no problem. Anyone can accomplish it. There you go selling yourself short again, Naru-chan, Hikari said, adding, Hinata would have been able to do it if anyone could. He said shyly, you're right, but my job isn't anything special. Being a marketer is no easy task, said the plump aunt, Hikari's sister. It isn't as Hanabi mentioned, you have to be creative, Hiyashi stated. Not everyone can do it. When Neji sensed that Hanabi was glaring at him, he glared back. Many businesses rely on the marketing community for assistance. Sounds like so much work. Hikari said, you have to be creative, a communicator, and not to mention leadership skills. He felt better about his job the more they talked about it. Sakura's family tried to discourage him after learning about his major, but they never said anything positive about his work or him, never offered encouragement, and never did anything else. Naruto was genuinely happy to be surrounded by a family for the first time, and the more they talked, the better he felt and the more quickly those negative thoughts were pushed aside. Hinata and Neji were berating Hanabi for her obsession with pictures, claiming that she had taken a picture of Naruto being smooched on by their aunt, among other embarrassing moments they wanted to forget. He was not sure how long he had been there, but eventually everything subsided and some of the members left. Naruto, Hiyashi said as he walked up to him. Yes, sir. How about we have a conversation in my private studies? Without Hinata noticing, Naruto nodded his head and trailed behind Hiyashi. So, he's married? Hanabi asked Hinata after they had finished reprimanding her. Neji looked at Hinata, who nodded and replied, 3 years. I wished he was off the market. She scowled. Ah. You're 17 years old. He's too old for you. What's wrong with you? Hinata said, crossing her arms. Hanabi shrugged and said, the hormones. Neji let out a disappointed sigh and said, I don't know where she gets it from. Now, Hinata, when was the last time you had a romantic relationship with a married man? To avoid being overheard, he spoke as softly as possible. Oh, Naruto isn't like that, Hinata replied. He's just helping me with my business, plus he loves his wife too much. She didn't know who this Sakura person was, but Naruto never could say anything nice about her, and she only knew that he loved her. To be honest, she wished he wasn't married. Are you acquainted with his wife? Hanabi asked. No, he has never introduced you two to your friends. Neji asked, arching a suspicious eyebrow. She's a nurse and works the overnight shift. Hinata shook her head, despite her growing discomfort. You just be careful, sissy, said Hanabi. He looks like a nice guy, but don't get yourself hurt. Neji nodded in agreement, but he said nothing more. Neji, who was an only child, viewed Hinata and Hanabi as his little sisters and was fiercely protective of both of them, especially Hinata, whom he loved even though he didn't show it. Neji was strict and even questioned some of the men she dated, such as the dog boy Kiba, because he only wanted her to be happy and not at the expense of suffering. Saying, well, I'm going to get these pictures printed and hung on my room wall, Hanabi leapt out of the padded chair. Where is Naruto? When Hinata realized he wasn't where she had last seen him, she inquired. Hiyashi swirled the cigar around before taking another puff. Naruto watched the fire crackle while he tried to stop his heart from pounding. Everything was going well so far, but facing the man one-on-one was frightening. He exuded such a powerful aura, and he somehow wished he could be like him. What do you really want out of my daughter Naruto? You're married, but you still choose to spend your time with my unmarried daughter, he inquired. Either Hikari told him or the ring on his finger revealed it, because they had never once asked him if he was married. Naruto said, we're just friends, Mr. Hyuga, and he bowed. He put the cigar down and entwined his fingers while nodding. So, I've been told, he said. Is Hinata someone your wife knows? No, sir. What's the reason? She's a nurse who works overnight, and to be honest, I've never considered introducing them, Naruto said, glancing at him. They haven't met. He was unable to share his thoughts with the man or how his wife interacts with other women. Your wife's failure to meet Hinata is unacceptable. Although my daughter loves you and you seem like a nice guy, I know that you should think carefully about how you approach things, don't you? Hiyashi gave him a cheeky smile as she spoke. Obviously, I'm married and know my boundaries, Naruto said, nodding. Hinata, she's a really kind person. He clenched his fist. He looked at Hiyashi and said, Hinata is a friend to me. He wanted to believe him because he wouldn't have felt this way about her if she was a friend. I believe you, Hiyashi said. I love my daughter and she's just as kind as you said, but sometimes she can be a little naive. All I care about is what's best for her. As any father would. Naruto, do you have any kids? He got back. No, not yet. Hiyashi lit his cigar and said, you're still young and have a lot of time on your hands. Would you like one? No thank you. As Naruto realized that Hiyashi's intentions were not to make fun of him or make him feel less of a person, but rather that it was one of those conversations where he wanted them to agree on his daughters, he started to feel less nervous. Hiyashi was well known for this. He would question any male friends of Hanabi or Hinata to make sure they were compatible with his two special girls. What are your parents' occupations? My parents are dead. Hiyashi broke the eerie silence by saying, my condolences. Thank you. He was unsure of what drove him to keep talking, but he did. My parents died in a car accident that we were in. They were decent people. His gaze flickered to the softly melodic crackling fire. It's been 12 years now, he muttered. I'm sure it was no easy task and you had to go through a lot. He nodded his head unconsciously and said, I did go through a lot. They remained there, savoring the aroma of the fire and cigar, but neither man mentioned that. The two young adults were standing opposite each other. Naruto had driven her back to her apartment, and they had been talking about her family outside ever since. Hinata, I didn't think your family was odd. They're really kind people, Naruto stated honestly. I know, but, with a smile, Naruto put his hand on her shoulder and said, "You're okay. You're going on a trip tomorrow and will be gone for a week, correct?" She gave him a quick look and nodded. It was getting to be too much now, meeting her family, feeling this way, and talking to her father. He knew he had to just stop it all. She pouted. "I'm going to miss you, Naruto. I'm going to miss you too, Hinata." She put her arms around his waist and laid her head on his chest, and he reluctantly put his arms around her small waist and drew her in closer, unable to say it, not in person. He squeezed his eyes shut and took her in again. She would be missed by him. Now that the night was over, Naruto was awake with his thoughts. Why was Hinata's family different from Sakura's? The negative thoughts that he had assumed had vanished suddenly came back to haunt him. He is welcomed by Hinata's family. They gave him a sense of belonging that Sakura's parents had never given him, and the more he considered it, the more he became envious and irate. Shouldn't he have found protection and support in Sakura's parents, even though he had neither? Despite only knowing Hinata's family for a few hours, they made him feel loved. Perhaps it was because he wasn't married to her. He had somehow persuaded himself that if he and Hinata were wed, he would receive the same treatment as Sakura's family. Mebuki was correct. Sakura was the only one who put up with him, and she deserved so much better than to have a husband who was absent or cheats. He was a failure of a man and nobody would want him as their significant other. Sakura must have loved him. It's not as if she divorced him after learning he was infertile. He couldn't tell Hinata directly what was going to happen because he was a coward. If he were to ghost his friends, anyone would undoubtedly break off contact with them, right? The experience with Hinata's family soon vanished as he closed his eyes and allowed his body to sink further into the bed while letting the negative thoughts drift around his space. He was alone with his thoughts. Naruto had a difficult morning, but he meant it. During her week in Kyoto, Hinata texted him to let him know she had arrived, and he replied that he was happy she had made it safely and that she should enjoy herself. She would send him pictures of the food, herself, and the things she was learning about, and they were all lovely, but he refused to give in. He finally stopped answering her messages immediately, and when he did, it was with short words like, YH, or, K. He was aware that it was embarrassing, but he was also a coward and was too scared to explain to Hinata why he was responding in such a superficial manner. That broke his heart because she continued to react in her typical manner. Even though he wasn't a good cook, he was better than Sakura and more considerate of her needs, so he spent a lot more time with her and developed a new hobby around the house that involved cleaning and cooking. Even though Sakura enjoyed the attention, her fears persisted. Why was Naruto attending to her needs so much? Was he feeling bad about something that her mind would imagine? She didn't believe Naruto when he told her that he loved her and only wanted their relationship to succeed, but it was good to be dotted on again. The waterworks stopped, and Sakura became more demanding of him and his whereabouts, and he accepted it as a kind of punishment for what he did behind her back. 3 weeks passed, and the two, Naruto and Hinata, stopped talking less and less until one day they stopped responding at all. He didn't question it, he just let her have her way because who would want him? And he deserved this. Sakura was suspicious of his behavior and always demanded access to his phone, checking it like clockwork. The pictures and messages of Hinata erased every time she sent him something. Even though he made the decision to distance himself from Hinata, he couldn't help but think about her. Whenever he had the chance, he would check his phone, type her a message, and then erase it. He tried to tell himself, this was for the better, but was it true? How did she feel? Did she now despise him? He sighed, put the coffee to his lips, and gazed at the documents. He found himself drinking more and more coffee, even though he didn't enjoy it. He was waiting for Sakura to bring him dinner at 6 o'clock so they could both eat before she left for work. He heard a knock on the door and said, "Come in." Kin joyfully skipped in Naruto's direction in the office, and Naruto saw her spin quickly. She struck a quick pose and asked, "Don't you notice something different about me?" Naruto gave her a perplexed look as he examined her entire body. Kin scowled at him while crossing her arms. "I'm dressed for my date tonight." He smiled nervously as her new appearance hit him, saying, Oh, yes, I see, you look very lovely. Seriously, haven't you noticed my mood the entire day? Sometimes you act." He stopped when she gave him a fierce look. He exclaimed, yes, I have. And wow, a date. With excitement. She scowled and said, "You're so fake." After setting the coffee on the table, Naruto faced her once more. "Sorry, my head has been in the gutter for these past weeks." "I can tell," he inquired. "Who's the lucky guy?" With a red face, Kin answered, "Some guy the first met at the sake joint down the street." Naruto managed to say, "Now Kin, your taste in men can be a little questionable. Please let me know if you're not comfortable and I'll pick you up, okay?" "I don't want the..." With a sigh, she said, I know. Trust me, this one is good. He's a little bit of a bad boy, but he's really sweet." Naruto. Naruto shook his head and squeezed the bridge of his nose. "You always say that and then they turn out to be fine. Don't give me that look. You know I'm right," he murmured. "I'll be fine. If tonight doesn't end well, I will give you a call if I feel I'm in danger." He was reassured by her. She gave him the silver music note necklace, which Naruto examined. Can you put this necklace on for me, please?" she asked. Naruto remarked, "This is a pretty necklace," and moved to stand behind her. "Ka-san gave it to me when I was younger. I just found it yesterday when I was going through some old things." She chuckled nervously. Naruto attempted to clip the necklace latch and said, "Well, take care of it." "What's the guy's name?" But she whispered, "Zaku Abumi. He's a real badass and he plays guitar." Naruto nodded and at last secured the necklace. She smiled broadly at him as she turned around. "Thanks, old man." "I should." She smiled and gave him a brief embrace. "Thank you, sir. I'll be sure to give you all the details." Naruto sighed and ruffled his head. "Spare me the details, kid." She laughed and said, "And this is what makes you an old man. Are you going home?" "No, my wife should be here." "I'm here." Naruto looked at Sakura, who was frowning, as Kin spun around. Kin said, "I see. Well, I'll see you tomorrow." As he made his way to the door, she bowed briefly to Sakura and walked away. Kin scuffed because the woman didn't even glance at her. She mumbled, "She's so stuck up. What does he see in her?" Sakura went to the desk and shut the door behind her. With a cautious smile, Naruto inquired, "How are you?" She placed the container of rice balls on his table and settled herself on the black leather seat. Then she muttered, "Fine." Naruto sat next to her after kissing her on the cheek. "Why are they still giving you the overnight schedule? Is everything okay?" Pulling the container lid, she muttered, "They scheduled me to work it." "I know, but..." She eyed Naruto and said, "I can't control the schedule they give me, Naruto. You should know that, right?" He nodded with a smile. "You're right, let's eat." Sakura was not eating anything, but Naruto ate the rice ball. So, what was that all about? Knowing her already, he said, "What? Kin?" She muttered, "Yes, you shouldn't be in an office with her with the blinds down." "My blinds are always up unless I have an important meeting or getting ready to leave," said Naruto. "Why was she hugging you? And what did she mean she's going to give you all the details?" He took Sakura's hand and said, "She has a date tonight, and she was just excited about it. That's all. You have nothing to worry about." Snatching her hand away, she snarled, "Who says I'm worried?" She shoved a rice ball in her mouth and sneered, "So, you like girls with long hair?" Naruto sighed and shifted uneasily in the seat. "I like you with long and short hair, Sakura." She answered, "You weren't happy when I cut it." Naruto leaned back and remarked, "No, I was unhappy because I know you. You complained a few hours later that you regretted it. Only because you looked unhappy." Having a vivid memory of the day, Naruto sighed, "I was not unhappy with your haircut, Sakura. It was, after all, the day he and his parents were involved in that horrific vehicle accident." "Oh yeah, so, why were you so unhappy that day?" Naruto grabbed another rice ball and said, "Dear, let's enjoy this wonderful food you got first before you have to go to work, okay?" She held out her hand and demanded, "Give me your phone." Naruto pulled out his phone and gave it to her, sighing. She entered his password and browsed it. It was completely different from the previous day and the day before that. As she tossed his phone on the table, she questioned, "You're deleting messages, aren't you?" "No," was a false statement. To start over, he erased the message that had been sent between him and Hinata. He crammed the phone into his pocket after grabbing it off the table. When he noticed she was packing up the rice balls, he asked, "What's the matter?" Sakura remarked irritably, "You don't even seem to be thinking about me, so it seems like your head is in the clouds. But we were just talking and eating and I'm still hungry." Sakura stood up and remarked, then starve or have that girl cook you something. You were all over her not too long ago. Naruto said calmly. Sakura, stop being like this, and got to his feet. She tried to escape his hold and said, let go of me. No, Sakura, why are you being like this again? You seriously need to talk to me about th. Sakura gasped as Naruto held his cheek and gazed at her. You're so cruel. You look at these other women, but you don't notice how good of a woman you have here. You didn't even notice I got my hair done today. He could not think of anything to say, and by the time he regained consciousness, she was gone. Naruto rubbed his cheek while seated in the chair. It was painful, and he took out his phone to check the front camera. There it was, in the middle. His cheek's side bore a tiny red handprint. Naruto laughed and bowed his head. He was worthy. He was deserving of all that life had in store for him. Hinata. Please, Naruto, let's talk. Did I make a mistake? He lowered his head further after reading the message. She had finally been assigned to a morning shift. Since she had consciously offered to work overtime and overnights in order to avoid Naruto, she reasoned that God was not pleased with her. She had given him a hard slap a few days prior. She was starting to feel a little bad because, although she had thrown a few things at him, she had never actually hit him. He had it coming, but perhaps she had gone too far. He was overly attentive, as was previously mentioned, and she had read about men who abruptly cheated on their wives in order to absolve themselves of guilt. She looked at the time and muttered, he had it coming. Naruto was on her way to deliver her favorite lunch, and it was almost 12. Nay, Sakura, exclaimed Natsumi. As the younger nurse joyfully skipped toward them, the group of nurses gazed at her. She had a chocolate bar in her hand. Sakura looked at the attractive girl and said, what's the matter, Natsumi? Guess who gave me this chocolate bar? Sakura smiled at the amiable girl and shrugged. Who? Naruto, Natsumi uttered in jest. Your husband is very handsome and kind. Another nurse stated, I haven't seen Naruto in such a long time, as she prodded Sakura. Are you trying to hide him from us? Sakura chuckled. He's just been busy. I'm sure he is, Natsumi said, maintaining eye contact with Sakura. I'm so jealous of you, Sakura. Not only is your husband so handsome, but he's also a blonde. Someone murmured, here she goes. Putting her hand on her hip, she exclaimed, what? I'm just saying, you're not going to do a double take at a boring color like black, right? A man with blonde and red hair are my aspirations for a husband. What about Dr. Uchiha? You always gawk at him, and he has black hair. Natsumi responded, that's different. In an attempt to defend herself. He has a one-of-a-kind face. Sakura looked at her phone before standing up. I'm going to get my lunch. Arms folded, Naruto pressed against his car. Despite his best efforts, he found it difficult to ignore the incident. He had no idea how much of a hit she was capable of. Naruto. He turned his head and gave Sakura a small smile. He leaned over to kiss her on the lips as soon as she was in front of him. How's your day going, dear? It's a little busy, she shrugged, adding, but nothing too hard for the ward I'm on. He grabbed her lunch from the top of the car and said, that's good news. If you have enough time, you can eat in my car. You're already 10 minutes late. I'll just eat in the cafeteria. Sorry, my meeting went a little overtime today. Sakura murmured, look, the incident that happened the other day, sorry. I shouldn't have done it, but you made me so upset. It's been forever since I last did my hair, and you didn't even notice. Naruto answered, I know. I'm sorry, babe, I should have paid more attention to you. She turned to look at her husband, and she was proud. Anyone would give her husband a double look, because he was a good catch. That's most likely why he attracted so many women. Naruto wasn't a stoic or harsh person. It made sense that so many of them were attracted to him because he was approachable and amiable with everyone he met. He was not only amiable but also very attractive. His eyes were the most exquisite she had ever seen, and he was tall and well built. I hope they don't ask you to stay to help with the night shift. I have something special planned for you, Naruto said with a grin. I've been improving on my cooking skills. Oh really? She asked with a smile. The salmon you made last night did taste good. See, I knew you would like it. The two were conversing when a tall, attractive man got out of the black car that was parked next to them. Is it lunchtime already, Sakura? Sakura and Naruto both looked in the direction of the man who got out of the car. Sakura said, "It's almost over now, Dr. Uchiha," while attempting to hide her smile. Looking at Naruto, he nodded his head. "Oh, this is the first time you've met my husband. Naruto, this is Dr. Uchiha." Saying, "Hello, Dr. Uchiha," Naruto said. He answered, "It's a pleasure to meet you. And please, call me Sasuke." Naruto nodded and smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you to Sasuke. I'll be heading in now. Have a nice day." "You too," Naruto exclaimed as he observed the man going into the hospital. After he left, he held Sakura's face and gazed at him. When Naruto exclaimed, "Sakura, he's so handsome," her cheeks flushed. "Oh man, I can imagine the amount of attention he gets. Do you see his face?" She muttered, "I work with him, Naruto. How do you get your job done?" "I would be too busy gawking at him all day," chuckled Naruto. "You're starting to sound like Natsumi." Naruto folded his arms and remarked, "I mean, he is an attractive guy, and he's a doctor." He laughed and said, "Life is so unfair. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'll see you tonight, pretty lady." "Yes, you drive safely, okay." Naruto smiled and kissed her again on the lips. "I will. ... They'll hit you again if they hit you once." He had already cut off his relationship with Hinata a month and a half ago. If it were true, he would have claimed that his relationship with Sakura was a little better. Yes, he was more aware of her needs, but he was thinking about getting marriage counseling to learn the reasons behind her behavior toward him. Sakura said, "Naruto," and squeezed his hand. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Do you need to go to anything else before we leave?" he inquired. She shook her head, surveying the department stores. "I think we're done." He snorted. "You said that 5 stores ago." "Because they had a lot of things on sale." The shopping bags were used to prod her. "I'm just messing with you," he said. "Let's go home." Someone called out to Naruto as they were strolling, causing the pair to turn around. Temari and Shikamaru were there. "Naruto," said Temari, "Sakura, how have you been?" In response, Sakura said, "I've been fine. It's been a long time since I've seen you too." Temari smiled and said, "We can say the same thing about you." Doing a little shopping. Sakura chatted, "I needed to get some new clothes." After glancing at Naruto, Shikamaru nodded, as if to say, "Thank you for making a decision." Naruto nodded in understanding. Temari grinned enthusiastically and said, "We were going to invite you two over for dinner one night." Naruto said, "Oh really? What's the special occasion?" Temari glanced at Shikamaru, who had already made the announcement before he could tell her no. "Shikamaru and I are pregnant." As Naruto gazed at Temari's stomach, his eyes grew wide. It remained flat, and she chuckled. "We found out a few days ago, but I'm 4 weeks pregnant." "Congratulations!" exclaimed Naruto with joy. "Aw man, I can't believe it. You know, I thought Shikamaru would have been too lazy to have a kid." He laughed. "Ha, ha, that's good news," Sakura muttered behind her back. "Thank you. Now when is it going to be your turn, Sakura? You know Naruto and Shikamaru are good friends, so it'll be good to have our kids share that same bond, huh?" Shikamaru's face lost its color, and he immediately shot Naruto a pitying glance. She broke down in tears and abandoned the three. Naruto yelled, "Sakura," and followed her. Looking up at Shikamaru, Temari asked, Did I say something wrong?" Shikamaru shook his head, and her eyes stung. "No, let me check on Naruto." Naruto stood by the bathroom door, waiting for Sakura to emerge. "I apologize, Naruto," Shikamaru said as she approached him. According to Naruto, "No, it's okay," as he combed through his hair. Temari doesn't know, so it isn't her fault. She can be a little brash. If she had known, you know she wouldn't have said it. "I know," murmured Naruto. Thanks for not saying anything. You told me in confidence. It isn't my job to tell anyone." Naruto gulped and remarked, "She should be out soon. I know Temari is feeling confused." "Why, you can tell her." Shikamaru's gaze grew wide. He eyed Shikamaru and said, "I can't keep this a secret anymore." "It's okay. It's been 2 years. Sakura should be out soon, so I'll talk to you later." He turned on his heels and went to console his wife after nodding. The door finally opened, and Sakura passed him. Although it was a quiet drive home, Naruto could see his wife was clearly upset. She pivoted and pointing a finger accusingly at him as soon as she was inside their house. "Why, you told Shikamaru?" He stared at her, bewildered. "Told Shikamaru what?" Don't act stupid. You told Shikamaru you couldn't have children. She yelled. When did you tell him? Huh. I thought it was a secret you wanted to be kept until it was time. Oh my god, you're such a fucking hypocrite. You gave me hell for telling my parents, but you failed to mention you told Shikamaru. She clenched her fist. Seriously. Naruto yelled. Sakura, it wasn't your choice to tell them. I needed to speak to somebody because my wife was avoiding me. So, if I'm not having sex with you, does that mean you find it from someone else? That has nothing to do about what we're talking about. She stomped her feet like a child, her face flushed. You gave me hell and I even felt bad for telling my mother, yet it was okay for you to tell Shikamaru. I was working. You chose to work instead of being there for me. You're such a fucking liar. I was there for you, but how long does it take for you to be depressed? You're not the only one at a loss. You're making this a big deal. It is a big deal, she exclaimed, raising her arms. You got upset with me for telling my mom and even threw a hissy fit. You left me in the house by myself for a few days, didn't speak to me, didn't touch me, and made me feel like shit. That's so fucking manipulative of you. I am not a manipulator. Shikamaru was somebody I felt comfortable confiding in. And what about me? Why couldn't I confide in my mother? Because you know she doesn't like me. None of your family does. Sakura balled her fist as a wave of rage surged through her. Sakura released her fist and said, you know what? Whatever. Maybe mother is right. You don't deserve me. Naruto remained motionless. She looked down at her feet and remarked, I've been by your side every step of the way, and this is how I'm treated. Are you giving up on us? He was afraid of being by himself. The idea of Sakura divorcing him had his mind racing. Sakura said, apparently you did, as she turned away from him. Naruto yelled, how? I stuck by your side too. You're toxic, Naruto, she said, spinning around. You play these mind games with me and make me feel like I'm the crazy one, but in truth it's you. You never see what you do is wrong, you never consider my feelings, and you always manipulate me. For the past year, you've been expressing your concerns with our relationship and how it wasn't working, but it's always been you. I've done my part, so maybe it's time you did yours. There was a lengthy silence before Sakura spoke again. I think I'm going to stay with Mama and Papa for a few days. Naruto's heart would burst at any second as he watched her make her way to the bedroom. He had already lost his wife, parents, and a close friend. And what else? Sakura, he began to croak. No one answered. He approached the bedroom at a leisurely pace and observed her removing some of her possessions from the dresser. Sakura, she complained, leave me alone, Naruto. She felt Naruto put his arms around her as she stood up and started to go to the closet. His hold tightened as he said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this. Please don't leave me. How can I make this up to you? When reality sets in, it's astounding how erratic the human mind can be. He actually forgot about Hinata for a while because the idea of losing Sakura was so overwhelming. Sakura's needs and desires were at the center of everything, and he was unaware of what he was doing to himself. He was no longer aware of him. He disregarded Sakura's advice not to go to the gym. You can work out home. Why do you need to go to the gym? He gave his phone to Sakura when she asked him to. You're probably deleting messages. Because he didn't want to offend a pretty girl, he would look at her or droop his head when she passed them when they were out. And he followed her instructions to dye his hair black. Your hair is a distraction. Naruto was gradually turning into a mere manifestation of Sakura's philosophy. Her parents were back in the picture shortly after they reconnected. Mebuyuki spoke to him just once without acknowledging him. Your hair looks much better. Blonde was such an ugly color. What Sakura was attempting to do didn't work out. They couldn't deny Naruto's handsomeness, even though everyone was shocked, Kin in particular, that he had dyed his hair. It felt like day and night. A stoic raven versus a vivacious blonde. He continued to attract the attention of those around him, but this did not improve his mood. Perhaps he was simply losing his mind, or as Sakura would say, an idiot. He wasn't sure if it was love or merely going through the motions, and he was now mentally and physically spent. He simply went to work, returned home, ate, slept, and followed Sakura's instructions at this point. He kept telling himself that Sakura would get better. Their marriage will improve, but when her abuse became a regular occurrence, he realized it was slowly collapsing. Although it was more in his face now, She had thrown things at him before, but it didn't matter because he overcame it. All he could do was tell himself that he deserved it for his lewd thoughts, but he had no idea why she felt this way about him or where the anger was coming from. It became so intrusive that he began to think about Hinata, which made him happy. They didn't have as much sex, and sometimes he thought she was deliberately delaying him, but when they did, Hinata was all he could think about. He would wait for her to leave for work and masturbate to thoughts of her, not Sakura, when they weren't having sex. Therefore, one might wonder why he remained in this marriage. Until now, he had assumed it was because of how long he had known her, his love for her, and his regrets, but perhaps it was just familiarity and a desire to avoid being alone. Sakura knew him. He knew her the way she knew him. He had a responsibility to keep Sakura as Sakura would always be. He still hadn't contacted Hinata after 3 months, and he was craving her. He yearned for her presence, her attention, and her. He was losing his mind, and he held himself responsible for this nightmare. Divorce her, please. Who gives a damn? Is the marriage truly happy? How could she have treated you like this after all these years? He once lay in bed, staring at the ceiling while repeatedly saying, I love my wife, but I hate her. I love my wife, but I hate her. I hate my wife. Regardless of his actions or disagreements, she and her family never stopped, and a ball of resentment was growing inside of him. It was finally sputtering out, but how long had it been going on? Before it burst, it only required one more swallow of black goo. And it did come to pass when she caught him masturbating and locked him outside their bedroom. He told himself, I don't deserve this treatment. I don't deserve to be hit on. I don't deserve to be treated this way. I don't deserve this. Taking his phone, Naruto started texting the one person who could make his life more bearable. Hey, are you busy, Naruto? Naruto continued to use the phone for an hour. Waiting for the 3 dots at the bottom to show that she was typing, he continued to stare at the chat box. It appeared out of nowhere, and he received a response. Hinata. Indeed, Naruto. I apologize for bothering you, but may I please see you? No, you might not, Hinata said. I want to stop talking to you because we haven't spoken in 3 months. Naruto. I understand. I apologize, but I would prefer to explain in person. Hinata, please. Hinata. Not at all. Now, before I block you, stop texting me. He reclined on the couch while gazing at the white ceiling. God, please kill me. Just do it. Fuck. He didn't give a damn now. He told me to just fuck it. When life took away his parents, it had already messed with him, and now it was doing it again. As Hinata read the text message, tears welled up in the corner of her eyes. It takes him 3 whole months before he decides to text her. How could he have been so heartless? She wasn't prepared for him to abandon her after the family dinner. She pondered what she had done wrong for 3 whole months. She turned on her side and chewed on her lower lip. She was left contemplating their friendship for 3 months. She could finally acknowledge that Naruto was like a magnet, even though there were warning signs and things she should have never done. She was attracted to him. Perhaps it was best that he broke up with her because she thought he might be falling for her too, but it was cowardly of him to do so. She had to listen to her relatives inquire about Naruto throughout the month, and she would always explain that he had been busy. Although Neji and Hanabi were aware that something was wrong, they didn't want to coerce the girl into speaking with them. Since she didn't appear to be in pain, it was most likely something else. She had to have strength, but her eyes lingered on the screen. Fortunately, he stopped speaking to her. Correct. She checked the message on her phone as it vibrated in her hand. Naruto. I'll accept it if you block me, but I'd like to see you right away so you can say I'm sorry for being such a coward. For being a scaredy cat, I would like to apologize. Hinata, it's not you. It's me. It's always been me, and I'll buy you every single cinnamon roll in the world right now if I have to. I beg you, let me see you, please. She rolled onto her side, clutching her stomach. What was the reason behind his statement? Naruto. Would you please? Hinata. All right, but hurry up. In the morning, I have work. Naruto. I'll be right over. Naruto snatched the keys from the keyholder and hurriedly put on his running shoes. He slammed the door without saying anything to Sakura. Sakura heard the door close and went out of her room to find the living room deserted. He didn't care that Sakura was constantly phoning and texting him to find out where he was. He threw the phone on the passenger seat after turning it off. He was shocked by what he had let her do to him. He raked his fingers through his hair, hoping Hinata wasn't too upset with him. He inhaled deeply after glancing at the flowers. Whatever she had installed for him, he had it coming. He wouldn't be concerned about Sakura and her feelings right now. He silently prayed that Hinata would pardon him because all he wanted was to see her. He would acknowledge that ending this friendship should have been done sooner, but it was too late. Even if it meant her hating him and losing her forever, he had to tell her that he had already experienced a taste of Hinata. His story would be told by him. He waited patiently for Hinata after knocking twice. After a few seconds, the front door opened, and his heart skipped a beat. He hadn't realized how much he'd missed the crisp aroma of cinnamon filling his nostrils. When he saw how beautiful she was staring at him, he lost the ability to swallow. She had a cute frown on her face, but she was still gorgeous. Hi Hinata, Naruto said, forcing a smile. With a suspicious look on her face, she grunted, hi. Before Naruto remembered what he wanted to give her, there was an awkward silence between them. He gave her a bouquet of purple hyacinth and said, these are for you. He lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. Hinata took the flowers and sniffed them, saying, I know no matter how many times I apologize, it won't be enough. She grasped the stems tremblingly when she did. She felt a plethora of emotions rising within her. Those are purple hyacinth. A friend told me these flowers are meant to represent. Finally, she said, an apology. Yeah. Naruto leaned back and said. Her voice was shaking as she asked, why did you stop talking to me the way you did? Naruto couldn't tell if she was upset or depressed. Did I do something wrong? My family. Did my dad do something to you? The closer Hinata got to Naruto, the more he retreated and raised his hands. He sighed deeply and ran his fingers through his hair, saying, no, he looked at her and remarked, it's really hard to explain Hinata. I just wanted to put a little space between us. She wiped away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes and said, space. Did I do something wrong? He held her free hand as his heart broke in two. No, it's me, Hinata. It has nothing to do with you. I promise you. Then tell me what's going on. I was so worried about you. He detested what he had done to her, and this was the first time he had ever seen her look so broken. It's just Sakura, and I have been trying to work through things. Hinata struggled to understand his meaning. Did he stop talking to Sakura because of her? He looked different now that she was staring at him, and when she finally saw his hair, her eyes widened. The blonde hair she had loved was gone. Naruto, have you been eating? Going to the gym? Your hair, you look like shit, he asked, laughing. I've just honestly been through the gutters, but I'm fine. Can I come in to explain everything? He stepped aside, entered, and kicked off his shoes. After shutting the door, Hinata went to the kitchen to retrieve a glass vase for the flowers. Hinata, I'm sorry for using you. When he said that, she nearly dropped the vase to the ground. She gave him a questioning look and waited for him to elaborate. When we met, I didn't expect to form a friendship with you, but somehow we did. I have a lot of friends, but I've only considered two to be very special to me. That's Shikamaru, and you, Hinata. Naruto was staring at her. I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, but it's the only way you're going to know why I did what I did. It was cowardly, and there were better ways to go about it, but seeing your face does something to me. Even now looking at you, I feel like shit. When we met, Sakura and I were not in a good place in our relationship. She would constantly accuse me of cheating on her, but I've never done that until now. I've never thought about another woman, until now. I've never shared my feelings with another woman until now. Being with you made Sakura tolerable. Like I could stand being around her, and I know if it's like this, why am I still with her? Because I love her. It's hard to explain to anyone. Even after the accusations, her hitting me, her doing this to me, and said, I still loved her, yet all I thought about was you. He sighed. You made me feel loved, and the more I spent time with you, the more I knew it was becoming dangerous. When I have sex with Sakura, I think about you. When you touch me, I feel these goosebumps spread across my skin. I feel an electric spark. Then, your family, he laughed. Sakura's parents call me worthless, and made me feel so little of myself, but those few hours around your family made me feel so special. Before Hinata could blink, Naruto was standing in front of her, and she could feel her heart pounding wildly. Your mom makes me feel love, your dad made me feel what it was like to be in the presence of a strong man, and I grew jealous. Why couldn't Sakura's parents make me feel this way? But I know deep down, I needed to end it with you because I didn't want to hurt Sakura, and I don't want to hurt you because of my feelings. I'm just sorry. I'm as sorry about everything. Since Hinata had been correct all along, the confession left her stunned. Naruto had grown fond of her and had broken up with her for their mutual benefit. He recoiled when he saw her move her hand to touch his cheek. I'm sorry, he said, his eyes shutting. Hinata stammered, is it okay to touch you? He nodded and opened his eyes gradually as her gentle hand touched his cheek. It was there. He was referring to that spark of electricity. I'm sorry. Trying not to cry, he apologized repeatedly. I'm such a cowardly person. You were cowardly for not being honest with me, but I understand, Hinata replied. I understand, Naruto. He nodded and started crying when she said that. I know, he said, laughing as the tears streamed down his face. Hinata picked up some napkins and wiped his face while standing on her tiptoes. She pouted, You're too tall, Naruto. I'm sorry, I forget how short you are. Ha, ha, very funny. She took his hand and sat down beside him on the couch. She wiped some of the tears from his eyes with the napkin. She wiped her eyes and sniffed a little as she took in everything Naruto had said. Why would this Sakura do this to Naruto, and who was she? Naruto wasn't deserving of this, he was sweet and kind. No one did. Hinata, do you have feelings for me, Naruto? He refused to turn away and said, I do. I'm sorry. When he wiped her tears with his thumb under her eyes, Hinata felt her knees give way. Nah Naruto, she uttered in a low voice. He swallowed the lump in his throat and said, Why yes. She found the courage to admit, I have feelings for you too. For some time now, I'm sorry for not saying anything sooner. Unaware that Hinata felt the same way about him, Naruto was rendered speechless. It made a lot of sense now that he considered their interactions together. The question that persisted after the secret was revealed was, what comes next? What should they do now that they were aware of each other's emotions? Should they forget their friendship altogether and part ways permanently? Anyone could sense the tension between the two as they exchanged a yearning glance. Although they were torn and knew it was wrong, they were unable to go back at this time. Naruto bent down to give Hinata a kiss on the lips. Hinata had put her arms around his neck and drew him in for another before he could pull away. It was all so soft, warm, and delightful. Even though it was just 2 kisses, it meant the world to them. They could no longer ignore these emotions or the series of events that would occur, even though they knew it was wrong. Naruto, Hinata said softly while grasping his hand. Placing his forehead against hers, he said, I know, Hinata. I know.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.